The aim is to Africanize the platform and make it a truly continental app with an ambition of creating the new African BlaBlaCar.
The market for affordable smartphones in the $100 to $200 range continues to grow rapidly in Africa, a market still dominated by the Chinese brands Tecno, Itel and Infinix from the Shenzhen Transsion Group. But the Korean Samsung in second place is seeing its sales increase. We also note the development of credit solutions dedicated to smartphones. Samsung has its own M-Kopa platform, and most operators from Orange to MTN have started to provide financing solutions. What will happen to French cereal exports to North Africa? The question has been raised since last week. Indeed, after the deadline set on April 25th, the use of the insecticide phosphine is prohibited in France for treating cereal shipments. This is despite the fact that fumigation is mandatory in many countries. The decision was taken on health grounds, but it is highly contested by French cereal farmers who have asked for it to be reconsidered. And in sub-Saharan Africa, the price of agricultural raw materials is still on everyone's minds, particularly in the context of the war in Ukraine. The substitution of a large part of wheat in the production of bread and other foods by maize or bean flour have allowed savings. But how to increase local production and consume locally? Our journalist in Bangui, Bertrand Médard-Gaimas, tried to answer this question by visiting the Yeti Kodro Association, which promotes local Central African products. Take a look.
Helped by her daughter, this street food hawker has just fried kose, galettes made from peas. It's a local product fancied by Central Africans of all ages.
These kose are made with peas that we buy on the market. It costs only 25 CFA francs and is bought by everyone, whether young or old, school children and workers alike.
Consistent and filling, kose serves as a morning sub-base. It's very popular among both national and expatriate consumers. Although peas are not grown in the Central African Republic, beans are widely available in the country. It is found on the menu of many households and in school canteens in the Central African Republic.
Let's turn on the fire to prepare the rice and beans. Soon the students will finish school and they'll be hungry.
Golden and a delectable smell rising from the koses, they are appreciated for the energy they provide and are as irresistible to school children as it is to the passers-by, whether on foot or by car.
The first thing that attracts you is their delectable smell when you pass by. Secondly, they're nutritious and cheap. Just 2 or 3 of them with a drink, it's yummy and filling. It gives you all the strength you need to get through the day.
Kose are among the products marked by the Yeti Kodro Association, meaning things from the country. It is appreciated in the same way as the other products promoted by the association.
Here in this package, there are bean leaves. You won't easily find them in the supermarkets. This is millet flour made by us in perfect sanitary conditions.
The association's first initiatives were launched in 2016 in Bangui, the capital. It has since expanded its activities to 2 other cities in the country. Since the start of the war in Ukraine and the difficulties encountered throughout Africa in obtaining supplies of Ukrainian wheat, mobilization is the mantra to mitigate the situation.
We do not produce, but we support local producers. We want Central Africans to consume what is produced here at home.
In the Central African Republic, the prices of essential commodities such as flour, oil and sugar, to name but a few, are already rising.
For several weeks now, we have been witnessing a surge in the prices of essential commodities. And these are the goods that are imported, unfortunately.
The war between Russia and Ukraine is penalizing us. A bag of flour that we used to buy from the wholesaler at 30,000 CFA francs has become 40,000 CFA francs. We're forced to sell 1 kilo of flour, which used to sell for 750 CFA francs, at a retail price of 1,000 CFA francs. That's a lot.
All vendors' eyes are on the Central African Republic authorities. They are especially concerned about the situation in the country, which is known for its alliance with Moscow.
The Prime Minister, head of government, has set up an interministerial committee to propose actions that could prevent our country from suffocating.
L'action stratégique et à moyen terme.
The specific action aimed by the Ministry of Trade and Industry is about reducing our dependence on imports.
À réduire notre dépendance à l'importation. Pour cela, nous encourageons
To this end, we are encouraging and directing our investors towards local products processing in collaboration with energy, agriculture and livestock ministries.
De l'énergie, de l'agriculture, de l'élevage.
Yeti Kodro does not limit itself to local food production, as it is highly involved in the economic development of the country. In 2021, it was awarded the Orange Prize for Social Entrepreneurship in Africa and Middle East, designed to encourage innovative associations. And one of its initiatives has been to set up a workshop called Kaina, in which craftspeople and also the youth with some sewing skills can come and work on machines made available to them, exchange ideas and seek advice from other experienced sewers.
The name Kaina means to share. It is the Kaba dialect of the Central African Republic. Share what? Sharing the experience between dressmakers. Right now, we have 6 young girls working from Monday to Friday.
I did not come to Yeti Kodro as a sewer, but as a marketing agent. Within Kaina, I gradually became interested in sewing by learning to knit from my sisters in the Kaina workshop.
A wide-scale presence in Bangui and the sub-prefectures of Paoa in the northwest and Buea in the centre-east of the Central African Republic, Yeti Kodro is living proof that despite economic and food crises, such as the one caused by the war in Ukraine, solutions can still be found through initiatives and the will to return to traditional local products.
Welcome to the second part of our show. Who will control African minerals for electric vehicles? The rise of China's ownership of several key mines on the continent is a concern. A strategic country for the future of the sector is the Democratic Republic of Congo. But Tenke Fugurume, one of the world's largest cobalt mines, is facing a dispute over royalties owned by the Chinese group CMOC to its partner, the Congolese state-owned mining company Gécamines. The conflict is currently blocking copper and cobalt from leaving the mine. To talk about it, I'm joined from Kinshasa by Congolese journalist Jérôme Selena, a keen observer of the mining sector. Hello, Jérôme, and thank you for joining me on Business Africa. How do you rate the chances of resolving the dispute between the Chinese group CMOC and Gécamines over the Tenke Fugurume mine?
Alors, pour comprendre ce qui se passe, il faut
So to understand what's going on, you have to follow the contract's terms. But whatever the differences that may exist, the soil and the subsoil belonging to the state, and the state here being represented by Gécamines, and hence Gécamines will always have its say. Above all, its share of the cake because they are the state's representative in these matters.
Elle qui représente l'État dans ces dossiers.
But then, faced with the appetite of foreign interests, what are the Congolese government's options for truly benefiting from the country's mineral resources?
Vous savez, au jour d'aujourd'hui,
You know, today the government has a golden opportunity.
était en or le code minier qui est
The mining code was revised in 2018.
au mois de mars. La clause de stabilité étant passée de 10 à 5.
And the stability clause was reduced from 10 to 5 years.
Mars, en principe,
So in March this year, the government had set an agenda
remettre autour d'une table afin de pouvoir
to discuss with the miners again.
avec les miniers. Pourquoi on doit discuter? Non seulement c'est pour essayer de maintenir
Not only to maintain the benefits, the upsides resulting from the 2018 mining code, because as you know, the previous code in 2002 showed some serious imbalances. The aim was to maintain what was working, but also to introduce some innovations.
introduire des innovations. La Chine tire dans chaque tonne métrique du coltan qu'elle achète.
China gets up to 150,000 for each metric ton of coltan that it buys from multinationals or from these who purchase coltan from the East, for example.
Elle peut même arriver jusqu'à ça, $50 000. Donc, il est temps pour que le gouvernement exploite cette...
So it's time for the government to exploit this sector and make coltan one of its strategic minerals by trying to eliminate artisanal exploitation.
en essayant de supprimer l'exploitation artisanale. Au lieu de continuer à laisser des minerais aussi importants,
Instead of continuing to let such important minerals be exploited by the population who scrape them, it's better to industrialize.
industrialiser, c'est-à-dire permettre aux gros industriels de venir
In other words, allow big industrialists to set up here, install equipment like what we have in Katanga,
au Katanga et exploiter industriellement. Là, l'État
then the state can gain a lot to reduce the presence of armed groups.
diminuer la présence des groupes armés.
In December, Congo, Zambia and the US signed a memorandum of understanding for an electric vehicle value chain project. What obstacles will need to be identified and overcome?
Les Américains ont signé un protocole
The Americans have signed a memorandum of understanding with the Congolese of the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Zamibians. It's about setting up a battery manufacturing plant.
usine de fabrication des batteries. La RDC, avec toutes ces fabuleuses
With
richesses,
all its wealth, its subsoils and soils, the DRC is on the verge of great
est au
transformations.
rendez-vous des grands changements. L'industrialisation
The industrialization of Europe could not succeed without the rubber of the DRC.
de la République démocratique du Congo. Tout comme le changement climatique ne peut
Just as
pas
climate change cannot be tackled without the lithium and cobalt of the DRC.
de la République démocratique du Congo. Voilà pourquoi la République
This is why the DRC, through the mining code and mining regulations, is gradually developing strategies to make it easier for everyone who wants to invest.
stratégie pour faciliter la tâche à tous ceux qui veulent investir. Mais malheureusement,
Unfortunately, we are easing the procedures. We are reaching out to these multinationals, but the multinationals are mostly bloodthirsty.
sanguinaire. La solution est simple. C'est les pays.
So the solution is simple. Countries and great powers like the United States, with the Dodd-Frank Act, must help us. Also, big nations like France, Germany, and the whole European Union. Everyone must stand up and condemn the big corporations, those listed on the stock exchange, and tell them they no longer have the right to go and buy blood ore. And if the international community takes such a decision, I think there will be peace, and we will all be able to move towards development.
Aller vers le développement.
Jérôme Selena, thank you for your time. And it's no coincidence Kenyan energy producer KenGen is looking seriously at the electric vehicle sector. It is targeting the lithium batteries that equip these new generation cars and the precious materials like cobalt, lithium or graphite needed in their production. KenGen hopes to partner with experts in the recycling industry to process these batteries that have reached the end of their life cycle. The Kenyan producer recently announced a cooperation with the country's national oil company to install charging stations for electric vehicles at gas stations. Increasing aviation's contribution to Africa's economic growth is the aim of Focus Africa. This is an initiative launched by the IATA, the International Air Transport Association. After the very negative impact of the COVID crisis, the aim is to link air transport to business and employment opportunities on the continent. Yvonne Makolo, CEO of Rwanda and the first woman to chair the IATA Board of Governors for 2023-2024, will closely monitor the initiative's implementation in 6 key areas, including infrastructure and skills. And the sea is also an essential resource for the continent. 38 out of 54 African countries are coastal states, and fishing provides a livelihood for more than 10 million Africans. However, illegal fishing has led to the overexploitation of fisheries resources in some of the world's richest waters. Gabon has decided to take up the challenge by starting fish farming. Take a look.
With over 800 kilometers of coastline and extensive inland waterways, the Central African nation of Gabon would appear to have all the natural resources to make fishing one of its major industries. But it's only in the past decade or so that the country has taken on the challenge to make fish, and in particular fish farming, an attractive and profitable business.
Nous avons 10 étangs. En termes de superficie, ça représente 4400 mètres carrés et il reste encore 6000 à créer. Nous avons bénéficié de l'opportunité offerte par l'État gabonais et la BAD. Et nous avons fait une visite, un voyage d'études au Nigeria et au Bénin, ce qui nous a permis de voir comment font les autres pour que nous puissions adapter ça chez nous.
With an average consumption of 25 to 30 kilos of fish per head per annum in Gabon, the gap between what used to be produced locally and imports was substantial.
L'aquaculture pourrait donc apporter, combler ce gap, d'où l'intérêt qui a été recherché d'amener ces personnes de voir dans ces pays comment l'activité se fait et quels sont les niveaux de production.
Christian Okui wears the uniform of the so-called fish police, employed by the country's National Agriculture and Fish Agency, and also benefiting from the African Development Bank's support to provide training and expertise from fish feeding to fish breeding. Martial Antutume has sold some 35 kilos of red mullet and is wrapping up for the day. He recollects his humble beginnings as a fisherman a decade earlier.
J'ai commencé d'abord à la rame, c'est-à-dire sans moteur, sans filet. Au fur et à mesure que j'ai commencé à acheter mon matériel, j'ai acheté 4 chevaux, après les 4 chevaux, les 8 chevaux, après les 8 chevaux, les 15.
Tonight's meal at home with his family of 6. Fish, of course, prepared by Marshall's wife. On the coast at Port-Gentil, the variety of fish in the market is remarkable. Fishing associations and trawler companies received financial backing for equipment and material, help that has trickled down to the dozens of fishermen who set off in their smaller boats onto Gabon's rich waters.
La pisciculture, je suis là-dedans par passion.
Valentin Lassangoye began his fish farming project in Andem in 2013. At the time, there was nothing here other than trees and brush.
Nous avons 21 bassins pour une superficie d'eau de l'ordre de 6121 mètres carrés. Les spéculations exploitées sur le site sont le tilapia principalement, et le silure.
For retirees such as Joseph Mayong or entrepreneurs such as Valentin Lassangoye, success means a secure future and employment opportunities for young locals eager to learn more about the potential of the fishing industry, whether it's on the sea
For today, Business Africa is over. I'll see you next week. You can watch this show again on our website, africaonair.com, and follow us on our social media channels. Feel free to share, like, and comment using the hashtag Business Africa. Have a great week, and until next time, goodbye.
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded, you discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. When a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akbarshe each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our youth monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CGID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
The issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. We will always continue to work with you.
CJID says its approach brings change and could be model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akbarshe first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
Today we're at the Norville Foundation in Cape Town, where the most prestigious art prizes were held on the 25th of January. But before we get more into the arts, we tour through the colorful and energetic city of Brazzaville in the Congo. We head to Ghana to see how one man is changing the stigma on dreadlocks. And we meet the queen of recycled fashions, Shamira Mudley, telling us why her colorful and sustainable fashions are best. I'm Balisa Dembe, and you're watching Afrimax. With 30 finalists from around our continent, the Novel Sovereign African Arts Prize is Africa's biggest art competition. The prize celebrates and rewards the practices of artists and raises funds for the Novel Foundation Learning Center, which aims to expose and educate its learners through art. And in just a few hours, artists from around our continent will be here. One man who is making the art of storytelling more accessible to aspiring filmmakers in Kenya is Paul Kihuha. He is using scrap metal to create high-quality film equipment in his home garage. Check this out.
I wanted to do something different in terms of videos and everything, so I decided to make a film equipment.
Kenyan Paul Kihuha is the first creative to come up with a solution of locally produced film equipment.
Yeah, I think this is my latest project. Everything you see here is from scrap metal. Yeah, like nothing new here. Like these metals, these steerings, this seat, nothing new here.
The school dropout learned to work on metal after mirroring what his father, a blacksmith, produced film equipment.
So nyundo, pliers, hizo vitu sijaziona juzi. Yeah, like zilikuwa vitu za kwanza zenye nilimit wakati nilizaliwa.
It all began because Paul wanted to be a rapper.
When I started rapping, I didn't have enough money to produce videos, so I decided to come up with affordable film equipment so that I can do my videos. And that is when I started making film equipment. And when I completed the first one, I introduced it to a filmmaker. And from there, I think everything came up. And right now, I'm the only person who does that film equipment thing in Kenya. I created my first equipment at 2013, around 2013, and I wanted to show people like you can do something without anything, you know. And I started making my equipment from scrap metal, yeah, with maybe like $2.
Yet his first ever camera crane was sold at 742 euros. Today, many view his products as both affordable and top quality.
So guys, come with me, I show you where I get my scrap metals.
As the film industry in Kenya generates approximately 12 billion shillings in revenues annually, Paul Kihuha has decided to get into the market. For Paul and his scrap business, there is a possible $1,000 and $2,000 income per day.
Okay, so the reason I use scrap metal is because like everything you're seeing here, like these are waste material. Like we are waiting for someone to come and buy them and go and recycle them from something else to something else. Building all this is in me. I don't struggle doing this. I don't draw someone. I just decide like, yo, today I want to make something. And from there, and then everything comes up.
His state-of-the-art equipment include camera dolly tracks, camera cranes, and props.
I also have sliders. I also have jibs. And I also believe like there is no limit, you understand? Like once you show people what you can do, like the sky is the limit. Yeah, I've been involved in many international projects. I have also sold my equipment to various countries, like in Africa, like South Africa, Sudan. And I can't believe that is Protisa, you know. Like the sky is the limit. Like once you start something, everything else, it follows. Yeah.
Paul's enterprise has managed to influence Kenya's film industry in many ways.
So far, I think I've taught like for 40 to 50 young people. And I have transferred these skills I have to other people. And so far, so good. Like I have like 3, 4, 5 guys who are doing well in the industry.
Making film equipment from trash brought Paul not only work and money, but also a bit nearer to his dream, being a filmmaker himself.
I'm dedicating myself and my life to making films now. The film equipment it's something small, but now doing a film, you know, because when I'm doing film equipment, I'm just focusing on filmmakers. But when I'm doing a story and a movie and a series, now my story can go all over the world, you understand? And right now I want to build sets. Like in Kenya, we don't have like jail cells, hospitals, and that's what I'm trying to do right now. Cut!
The Norval Foundation is a cultural institution in South Africa that focuses on contemporary South African art. I caught up with director and chief curator Owen Martin to find out more. Owen, what an incredible place to call work. Can you just tell me a little bit more about the Norval Foundation?
So the foundation was started in 2018. So we're just coming up to our 5th year in existence. And it's really part of a larger sort of ecosystem of institutions, of art institutions and museums that have been established across South Africa, and especially in Cape Town. So the Learning Center, I think, is one of the real key pillars to the institution because its aim is to sort of bridge that gap between the public and perhaps the artwork that's here, get them excited about visual art and culture more broadly, because it's for everyone.
It is, and it's so important to do that meaningful work. But tonight is the 2nd annual Norval Sovereign African Arts Prize. I mean, tell us about the beginning and its inception.
Absolutely. So this is the 2nd edition of the prize. It's focused on, again, like our mission, artists from Africa and the African diaspora. We have sort of a panel of 4 incredible judges, and they're working, reviewing all of the works that have been nominated, over 300 works nominated. And from that, they selected 30. And then one of those works is selected. And when they're selected, the artist receives a cash prize, and they also get a solo exhibition at Norval Foundation. It becomes a way of encouraging or being a catalyst for the next generation of artists, really, and museum goers.
Well, it seems as if you're doing exceptional work, Owen. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Known for its French colonial architecture and bustling port, we join Sam Bibi as she takes us through her beautiful and vibrant city of Brazzaville in the Congo.
Hello, family. Hi, Congolese urbanites. I'm Sam Bibi, artist, dancer, and performer. I'll show you my beautiful city, Brazzaville. Welcome.
Brazzaville, or Brazza, as locals call it, is the capital of the Republic of Congo. With about 2 million people, it's also the biggest city in a country of some 5.5 million inhabitants. Named after French-Italian explorer Pierre Savillon de Brazza, Brazzaville sits on the north bank of the mighty Congo River. Across the water is Kinshasa, the mega capital of the neighboring Democratic Republic of the Congo.
I'm in Brazzaville, and there's Kinshasa. They are the 2 nearest capital cities in the world. Although Kinshasa alone has 4 times the population of my entire country. It's like looking in the mirror. Our countries have similar names, but our histories are very different. We may be closest, but there are many contrasts.
Later on, Sam brings us to a special place for her creativity, the Ateliers Zam. It's a cultural center founded and run by distinguished artist Bill Kualani. Sam is one of the selected young talents in residence here.
The Atelier Sam Studio is a multidisciplinary contemporary art center. For me, it's a place of residence, of life, and my work. This center has given me everything I have. It's where I learned my craft and really grew as an artist.
Sam and her small dance company, Ame Street, are rehearsing a new show based on the autobiography of Bill Kualani. It's called Kipiala and portrays moments of the bloody civil war that engulfed Congo-Brazzaville in 1997. By midday, it's sweltering in the tropical heat, and Sam knows the perfect place to cool off, Bantu Beach. Where else in the world can you have a drink and tasty local food with your feet literally in the Congo River?
Ça, c'est la nourriture de mon pays.
This is the food of my country. It's porcupine meat with safu fruits and fufu for starch. Here we eat a lot of bushmeat. Whenever I have this food, I feel very happy. Join me. Bon appétit.
Bon appétit.
Our tour of Brazzaville is almost over. Sam takes us to Lerapide, the Cascades of Congo River. It's a bathing place not only for kids, but also for taxis and trucks.
Voila! We started at the river and we end at the river. I hope you enjoyed my city and I look forward to see you here very soon.
I'm joined now by one of the judges, Tim Marlowe. Now, Tim, as the Chief Executive and Director of the Design Museum in London, you have one of the most difficult jobs. So as the judge, what are you looking for in an artist?
Well, if I say originality, that answers it. But of course, originality is such a relative term. I think it's, you see something authentic in an object. You know, we judge online to begin with, but when you get the 30 shortlisted artists nominated by people from all over the continent of Africa who know about the art of those different parts of the continent, when you see the object, it has to have something that wrestles with our place in the grander scheme of things. It has to have an energy, it has to have a kind of poetry. It can have many things. It can have wit. What it can't be is just a literal interpretation or a literal depiction of something. It has to have something more.
So can you just take me through the process of how these finalists were selected? What criteria did they need to meet?
The criteria, in some ways, are quite broad, but there are nominators from across the continent who know about the art of different parts of Africa. They nominate artists, 5 judges with different levels of knowledge and experience. We select online, but when the 30 best artists from the scoring system we have, when they're all brought together, and what seems to emerge is artists with an energy and who are at a certain stage in their career manifesting their artworks where there is a level of accomplishment and a level of potential that in some ways embodies the impossible, which is the best or most interesting artist in Africa that was presented to the judges. And how on earth can you make that kind of judgment?
Well, Tim, I do not envy you. You've got a very difficult and life-changing decision that lies ahead. All the best.
No pressure, thank you.
Dreadlocks. Many people associate this hairstyle with gangsters, gangs, and bad habits. In Ghana, there is someone fighting against these connotations and unlocking this negative narrative.
Is it true that dreadlocks are for thugs, thieves, and gangsters?
Hi, I'm Senna. I'm a performance artist.
Hi, I am Lati. I am a film producer.
Hi, my name is Jennifer. I'm a nurse.
The forefront of the one who is championing the Rastafari movement doesn't have dreadlocks. So it is not about wearing locks that makes you a Rastafarian, but locks has something doing with our life. I mean, knowing what we have to wear and knowing what we have to put on in terms of lifestyle and fashion.
Hairstyles in Ghana have seen changes over the years, from Asian styles of braiding hair with thread through to the now accepted and stylized form, dreadlocks.
I initiated this dreadlocks and natural hair, and now the whole Ghana is tripping into it because we have many salons now that people can go and have their hair done.
In times past, wearing dreadlocks was socially and culturally unacceptable because it was perceived to have negative connotations.
I have been with the beauty world, knowing the hair problem people face by using these harsh, dangerous chemicals. And I'm happy that people have accepted this concept of dreadlocks in this country.
Michael Ayikwe Afutu dropped out of school at a very young age because of financial limitations. He started a career as a roving barber and later worked with an organization manufacturing hair relaxers. It was during this time that he was confronted with the negative challenges some women encounter in using hair relaxers, and this drove a strong desire in him to find solutions to the Ghanaian natural kinky hair.
From there, then I became a trichologist by producing products to be able to maintain the hair within the hair industry, because I find out that people who have been doing the other stuff of hair have a lot of problems to solve.
Until today, it was common practice in Ghana to hide one's own hair under wigs or to get it straight by any means. $1 million business, which Michael wanted to change.
So bringing them into the natural world, I have to solve those problems. It got to a point that I realized that I have achieved, prominent people walking in and doing their hair and solving the problems within the natural and dreadlocks world.
Edem Naite, a brand manager in one of Ghana's leading media organizations, visits Michael to style her locks.
I made a decision to, take off my permed hair and then wear the natural hair. So when I cut it, I was wearing the natural hair like that. You'd wake up, you'd wash it, you'd comb it, and then, I wore that for a while and then decided to lock it. So this locks has been on for 3 years, and I must say that it's been bliss. I have escaped all the issues around wearing wigs. You have to go somewhere, you are thinking of which wig color to wear, how to wear, whether long or short and all that. That is not part of the things I think about, and considering the fact that, it's quite expensive. And then also the fact that after every 6 weeks or so, you will have to go and touch up your hair and the chemicals, and then you will have to be in the dryer and all that. That I have escaped all of those also. It actually helps me to do my work even more effectively because I don't have to waste time on hair. You have appointments every 6 weeks or so to go and retighten your hair, and then you're gone. So basically, that has been it, and I have enjoyed it ever since. No turning back.
As a way of passing on his skill set, Michael, in 2014, officially opened a school to offer training to both local and international individuals who are also interested in this profession.
I've trained more people, globally. I don't know how many people, because it was the academy that I started putting those records. But apprenticeship, I was not keeping records on how many people comes and how many people goes. Because people who have used chemical products have had a lot of problems. One of bad eyesight, cancer. But I see people who are happy. I see smiles on people who are wearing locks and natural hair, very comfortable, confident.
Thanks to Michael, now one can freely wear dreadlocks without any manner of stigmatization. And it has, of course, become part of hairstyles that is making fashion statements in Ghana.
The winner of the Novel Sovereign African Arts Prize for 2022 was Bonolo Kavula, and I got to catch up with her in her solo exhibition to find out how this competition has changed her life. Bonolo, the details and intricacies of your work is absolutely and undeniably meticulous. What inspired this form of art?
Well, when I was in art school, I majored in printmaking. And I think when people think about printmaking, they think of work on paper. They think of work that is just black and white. And I kind of just wanted to rebel against the sort of stereotypical feeling of what printmaking is. And as I think I'm just someone who likes to sort of break the rules, my mission has always been to just be innovative. I didn't want to make typical print works, but these are hanging print works.
How has this prize changed your life?
Oh my gosh. I think my mind still has to catch up with what's happening. My life has definitely changed. I've got so many things lined up, and I just know for myself and for my practice, I've been inspired and I'm motivated to do better and be better. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for meeting with us, Bonolo. Congratulations again on all your success, and enjoy today as you hand over the baton to the next winner.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Now, ladies, we can never have enough clothing, am I right? But what if I tell you that we can make a difference by wearing sustainable, recycled fashion? It's colorful, it's gorgeous, it's Shamira Mudley.
I'm Shamira Mudley. I'm a finalist in the Twig Sustainable Fashion Design Award. This is the Nicholas Coutts Award, and that's really around handcraft. People who own and hone their craft. I love embroidery, color, texture. A lot of what I do is done by hand, and so I think that's a really cool kind of category to be nominated in. In the end, I decided to wear my matric dance dress. It's 24 years old, and I thought, what a nice reminder of what sustainability really means.
And our final nominee is Lani Rani.
Lani in South Africa is a colloquial term, and it's like the boss, you know, the person in the know, the person in charge. And then Rani is a Sanskrit word for queen, and I just like the rhyme of it, you know. And I thought, well, I want to be that person who earns and owns her own way.
Each unique piece is lovingly handmade with reclaimed t-shirt yarn and donated vintage fabric.
It's important for us to really celebrate and honor those individuals that are making strides in ensuring that we're creating a much more caring and sustainable future for not only ourselves but future generations.
Welcome to my home studio. I'm an accountant now turned sustainable fashion designer, using scrap remnant stock fabric to make beautiful couture pieces right here in Cape Town, South Africa. I love the marriage of both my Indian and African heritage. I want pieces that speak of joy, to remind us of all the good things there are in the world. This piece here is a special piece. The intention was for me to wear it at the end of my show, my international debut that I made earlier this year in Abu Dhabi with Forbes magazine to celebrate International Women's Day. And I ended up having to put it on the model. And I guess that's really my story. I create clothes that I love to wear. I had been saving scrap pieces of fabric, and I kind of colored in this fabric using those pieces and different stitching techniques. I love this silhouette, this vintage silhouette, so I actually trimmed away and kind of sculpted the dress. So here, the little bits left over have been hand knotted to create a shoe. So I'm essentially dressing people head to toe in scrap. This is a reiteration of my original necktie dress. I come from a long line of teachers, so these have been donated from my dad, my granddad, and even my father-in-law. It's quite a bit of work. You have to unpick each tie and then, of course, match the colors. And I absolutely adore stitching. I wanted this one to be a little bit more edgy, so I wanted to include elements like leather. Again, this is an upcycled sleeve of a leather jacket, which was quite damaged. You know, I think the denim and the leather make for a good canvas. I love imperfection. I love my space. I love my home. My children's artwork often inspires me. Sometimes I shop in my own wardrobe for inspiration. Perhaps I love the cut. And so I say to myself, well, how can I take this and make it work for me in 2022? It's going to be a reversible jacket. I love the idea of clashing colors and prints. This is one sleeve for sure. I'm not sure about the other sleeve yet. I'm looking at this piece of fabric here. And what I love about saris is I would say they're the original zero waste garment. So it's 5 to 7 meters of fabric that really fits everybody. And even when they get old, you can turn them into something new. So I've been playing around with a medium crop jacket, and what I love about it is it doesn't actually have a closure. So you can layer it, you can tuck it into your jeans. I really want it to be a collaboration between the wearer and the item of clothing. I want you to bring a little bit of your style.
Could you please announce our winner?
And the winner is Rani Lani.
I think this award represents a sense of community. Some sometimes I feel like a little bit of an outsider, but it's kind of nice to know that fashion has opened its doors. I've been knocking. It's nice to be part of a network and a community, and I'm super excited. I'm always ready to catch that flight to Milan or Paris. It's a little bit surreal. I think it'll all become more real once I film my mother.
That's all from us today here at AfriMax. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to hit us up on the socials, but I still have some time to mingle. See you soon.
For 2 years, Precious Mbomboli took pills daily to prevent infection with HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. But the 21-year-old is among the first in Zambia to receive a new injectable prevention drug.
For 2 years, yes.
I changed the new injectable on 25th February because the pill was difficult for me, as I used to forget to take it. Sometimes I was not at home at the time of taking the medication, so the injection makes me feel better and confident.
The new drug is known as cabotegravir, long-acting. Each shot prevents infection for 6 months. Zambia is the first low or middle-income country to offer the drug to the public. Lina Mwango is technical director of the local non-profit CHEP Zambia.
Our target age group for this is adolescent girls and young women who are aged 16 to 24, as well as we're reaching out to their sexual partners.
Local representatives called connectors are helping roll out the program.
The connector is based in the community. We do community mobilization, we do community sensitizations. We go on, screen the girls that are eligible for dreams. Those that are eligible get to be enrolled.
The U.S. government has donated nearly 15,000 vials of the drug known as cabotegravir. That's enough to protect 2,000 Zambians against HIV for 1 year, the U.S. Embassy says. But experts say people who get the shot still need to take precautions.
People get the injection and then they think it's a silver bullet, in that then they can go out and sleep around. And really the message here is that that's not why this drug has been brought on board. To realize that this drug does not prevent pregnancies, it doesn't prevent other sexually transmitted infections.
About 1.4 million Zambians are living with HIV, with about 33,000 new infections per year. Experts hope the new drug can help bring those numbers down. Kathy Short, VOA News, Lusaka, Zambia.
and thanks for staying with us. Welcome to Political Platform on Ray Power Radio and Africa Independent Television, AIT. My name is Amechi Anapwe. Now, the Ekiti State governorship election has been done and dusted with the All Progressives Congress, APC, some will say expectedly, winning the election on a landslide. Across the other states where legislative by-elections were conducted, the APC triumphed, with the exception of Rivers Southeast senatorial position that was won by the People's Democratic Party, PDP. Many, however, believe the PDP's victory was fully orchestrated by the APC. And so, with the 2027 general election in the horizon, how would these by-elections shape the forthcoming big one? Will the outcome of the Ekiti State governorship election give us a true indication of what to expect in 2019, 2027? And what were the factors that shaped the APC's victory in that governorship election? We will dwell on these issues on our analysis today. We'll be joined by Jarrett Tenebe, the chairman of the APC in Edo State, who incidentally observed that election. He will be joined by Olufemi Bamishile, member representing Ekiti South 2 Federal Constituency. My colleagues are here with me. Sholaja Simi, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me on the program. And of course, we're all busy at the weekend. Elections are part of the responsibilities which we engage in as the media. And we were tracking, following incidents of one or two things in certain places, especially in Ekiti, which is the big one that occurred at the weekend. So we'll lecture all of what has occurred, in this off-cycle election, so to say, ahead of 2027.
And Adebayo Bodore was on ground in Ekiti coordinating AIT's and RIPA's coverage of that election, and he'll be sharing with us first-hand eyewitness information. Incidentally, he's also from Ekiti State, so Sean of the soil that also will bring in his wealth of experience in journalism to our analysis today. Thank you so much for joining us today, Adebayo Bodore.
Thank you, Amechi. I was in Ekiti, and I can tell you that a few things which I observed which need to be addressed very, very urgently. And they need to be addressed because if they are repeated as we move forward towards 2027, it will have a very terrible, bad-telling effect on our electoral process. Is it about the turnout? Is it about the emergence of partisans wearing observer clothes? I mean, those are things that are bothering me.
The APC chairman will offer explanations when we'll have him soon.
It bothers me.
Because he's one of those that was accused of monitoring an election that he has huge interest in.
I think it's not the first time. It's not the first time.
But the argument is that they were duly accredited. Yes. By INEC. Can political parties also monitor elections that they are involved with?
For me, there has been a reporter covering politics all my life. All my life. I think it's an abnormality. What has emerged is that people with partisan interests are setting up NGOs in the name of, and then they are accredited to monitor election. And what I discovered in Ekiti was that majority of those who wore the branded jackets, INEC accredited observer, I noticed them, it was of khaki color, and they were being given to talks, political talks, were wearing observer clothes. So when you say you are
how did that affect the credibility of the election? Did they interfere, or were they just doing their own monitoring?
They did not interfere, but it has a deeper implication if they are not copped. INEC must have a way of verifying those who observe elections. It's not just anybody that sets up that just sets up a group, apply for accreditation, and they are granted. What are the processes of of clearing them? What are the processes of verification? What are the processes of determining the acceptability of groups to monitor election? Those who monitor election must be known. I can lay claim to it that I was a member of the group that first monitor election in the history of Nigeria, and that was the 1993 general election. Nigeria Election Monitoring Group was set up. I was head of information of that.
And you didn't have partisan members inside?
We don't have. They were largely made up of non-state actors.
Now, let me come back to...
So when you see, if this thing is not sorted out, it means as if INEC is giving cover to those with doubtful credentials to be involved in the process of monitoring.
Shall I just...
For instance,
okay.
no, let me conclude this. For instance, the chairman of APC in Edo State has no basis to wear a jacket claiming to be an observer.
Okay. He's with us. He's joining us virtually. He will respond to these issues. But Shola, first you ask about the legality. Is it legal? Then you talk about, is it desirable? Is it immoral? Is there a law? Is there INEC rules and regulations, guidelines for the conduct of the election that prevents party members from being accredited observer of elections their party is participating in?
I think probably, maybe we would have had Victoria Ibang, the Director of Public Affairs of INEC, join us this morning to answer some of these questions, because even if we go through the books, they might tell
your
us...
Your perspectives on it.
Yes, so I'm thinking that just, because right from when Professor Mupiton was cleared and he hit the ground running with regards to conduct of off-cycle elections, and before he even started that, those allegations came up that even the man at the helm of affairs in INEC, that is a partisan. You know what occurred in the last couple of months, that Professor Mupiton on the social media handle, he did this, he did that, though he said, no, that handle doesn't belong to me. So if we have this kind of, thread running through, it doesn't speak well. The APC chairman in Edo State is going to be joining us shortly to give his own perspectives. Because once you're partisan, Adebayo Bodrin has revealed it. I said that, look, you can't seem to be a judge in your own case. Probably, I don't know. He will be offering explanations.
Election observation, monitoring, they will file reports to their offices. For the APC people, it's to their party. That's why I asked Adebayo Bodrin whether in any way he saw any interference, directly or indirectly, by these members of APC who monitor the election in the outcome.
What normally happens, or what I think should happen, because some of those things will deepen our, jurisprudence in elections issues. We will look deeper, and I like it, because if Mr. Tenebe dons a jacket, goes to the field, he has an interest to protect, the interest of his party. That, look, my party is competing in this election, and as a partisan, I want to know what is happening. So the various perspectives will come to the fore. We're just warming
Is it, Adebayo Bodrin, do we, because there are accredited party agents, could he have been made a party agent rather than an election monitor? Because there are provisions for party agents.
Let me tell you categorically why is donning the observer jacket was an abnormality. Election observation has become globally part of the electoral process. And sometimes, and I will use Ghana as an example, there was a dispute in the computation of election results, I think about 8 years plus ago in Ghana.
Yeah.
The chairperson of the Electoral Commission disappeared for 2 days. What was she do? What she did was basically she now compare, because the observers, those who observed the election, they did what they call parallel computation, and they have their own figures. And so when they came out, when she disappeared, she consulted with them, and she realized the fact that what they had tallied with what the observers also computed. She came out, and she did not hide it as a fact that she consulted. and that what she had also tallied with what was observer computed, and that she can now come out boldly to make the announcement as the returning officer for the election. So people who are involved in that cannot be people with partisan interests. That is one point. The second point I will state, even in the history of Nigeria, the Nigerian Election Monitoring Group, the first group that monitor election in this country, when the processes of completing the computation of results stopped, they were the one that released their report. I was part of that group. I say it boldly today. We wrote our report, we addressed the press. The basis of referring to election as the fairest and freest election in this country was part of was coined from our report. And we did not end at that point. We announced the outcome of the results. Because
was it not illegal by then?
The result, because of the processes, has been truncated. The result were already on the board at INEC at Area 10, Garki, here in Abuja. And then the only result that was outstanding was Taraba. And
Taraba was on his way.
No, let me explain to you what happened in Taraba. The members of the election monitoring group, Professor Offering Wosu, admitted us into the situation room. So we were part of them. We were with them when they were computing the results. We saw when the results were being returned.
Okay, now
so
let's refocus on Ekiti.
So what I'm saying, no, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
I'm laying this basis for you that people who will monitor election monitoring has become part of the process. And their reports are very, very important. So people with partisan interests can never monitor elections.
Did you see other parties' agents as election monitors and observers?
They were not wearing any. The only people I saw donning that khaki color with the INEC observer. It's not as if INEC did not produce jacket for anybody. They have stopped it.
Did you try to find out whether they were accredited by INEC to monitor?
Well, if they are not accredited to monitor, they will have been arrested because they branded their jacket.
INEC monitors.
INEC recognized.
So let's come to that election. It was a landslide victory for the APC. On Friday, we predicted it.
Correct.
Our conclusion was that this was going to be no contest. The opposition, they didn't get their acts right. PDP had to rely on a court judgment to force INEC to put his candidate on the register and all that.
On the ballot.
On the ballot, rather. So it was almost a roller coaster for the APC, and it came out to be so.
Yes, it was clear is that Biodun Yebanji was going to remain in Government House Ekiti. And the reason was because you've identified one, that other opposition were not strong enough to face him. Members of political parties in the other opposition aligned with him. They said he's doing a great job. And that so that Shiwaju, that's talking of President Bola Tinubu, can continue to hold ground, everybody go in this direction. But there are some key elements which we also need to look at with regards to what occurred. The area of pauperizing the electorate. You know, we saw those online videos of bread being thrown at people, take your own, and all of that. So the stomach infrastructure philosophy,
which has strong roots in Ekiti.
Yes, or somebody put it there, you know, and said this is what we did, and he was, you know, making sure that people were okay with the basics of life. But in Ekiti, people are very enlightened people. They are not just people who try to ensure that you do not take them for granted. But when you have scenarios where
it's called the fountain of knowledge.
Yes.
So they are deemed to be knowledgeable.
Yeah, you know, there's even a myth. I don't know. Baba Obodun may tell us. When I was young, I used to hear it then that in every home in Ekiti, there's a professor. So I used to.
I heard it too. That's a fact.
In every home?
Yeah, every family.
So
every family.
No, let me land on this point. Sorry. So we've seen the results now. He has been re-elected. He now has responsibility to improve the lives of Ekiti people. And all eyes will be on him as well. He has, another 4-year term, I think effective is in November or so, to continue to do what he thinks is good in the interest of Ekiti people. But of course, by the time we get to the general elections, we'll be able to determine whether indeed that party is on ground. If the opposition can now look at themselves and say, let's come together now. We can do something with regards to all the elective posts which will, people will be contesting for in the next election.
Adebayo Bodore, for the first time, an incumbent won re-election back-to-back. Ayofayose couldn't do it. He had to leave the government house, fought his way back. Fayemi didn't do it. He lost, had to indeed leave the government house and fought his way back. Shegoni didn't, the cause didn't allow him to have a good time and all that. And now, Oyebanji has broken that record.
Yeah, Oyebanji broke that record for 2 reasons. You didn't even mention Adebayo. Adebayo did not return from
Yes, he was of the AD.
Yeah, it was
the
PDP Alliance for Democracy. He didn't even have a second term. Two factors work in favor of Oyebanji. The first thing was that all the former governors in the state endorsed him and campaigned for him openly. And so, when you talk about all the former governors in the state, Adebayo, Shegoni, Fayose, all they campaigned for him openly. And the campaign was not just during the electioneering period. It started almost 2 years before this election. And so you can aggregate it from that basis that a lot of the political titans in the state supported this re-election. The second point was that the intra-party dispute that plagued the opposition parties adversely affected their strength. ADC, for instance, was coming newly into Ekiti. Even though Abejide was in Shegoni's...
Is that Abejide or Bejide?
Bejide. Bejide was in Shegoni's government. He was DG of his campaign at one point. But the party was...
He was a former SSG, secretary to the government of Ekiti.
He was also DG to... in the last election 4 years ago, he was DG of Shegoni's
SDP also.
Yeah, SDP, which made very significant impact in that election. So, and then you see the one of PDP was a situation. What worked in his favor was that his nomination form, the primary was conducted when Damagun was still the chairman. So the party was not in dispute. The leadership of the party was not in dispute at that time.
It was not fashionalized.
And that is why when it was not recognized because of the inter-party dispute within the PDP.
That's Oluyede.
Was Dr. Liu, well, it was not recognized, but he has to go to court. And so he came late when the court gave him a go ahead, and you can't stop him. So, and then ditto for SDP, the inter-party, for the Labour Party. So the inter-party dispute in all these parties affected the strength of the opposition and therefore worked in favor of the incumbent governor. Those two factors paved the way for him. But what bothers me most was that when it looked around as if it was a no contest. I mean, I was on ground. That's where I judged it, as if it was a no contest. What bothered me more was that why must there be inducement? Why must there be vote buying?
Now, let me offer a quick explanation. Let me offer a quick explanation. Sometimes the pressure to prove to the principal that you delivered your area, at the end of every election, yes, you delivered, go and deliver your constituency. You hear them, tax them, go and deliver your constituency. So out of that pressure, the principal may not even be aware, but to prove that they are on ground, even when they are not, they may resort to vote by. But let's take a break. Yes, time for us to take a break.
But I will still offer an explanation on that. I don't think it's just a case of convincing your principal.
No, it's part of it.
No, it's not really part of it. I was on ground.
Let's take that break. When we come back, we'll bring in the chairman of APC in Edo State, Jared Tenebe, who monitored that election, who's at the center of the sum of this controversy. We'll join him after the short break. We have our guest join us virtually from Lagos. Jared Tenebe is the APC chairman in Edo State. He was one of the party members that monitored the Ekiti State governorship election last Saturday. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, no.
Connection appears not to be quite good there. Can you hear us, Chairman Tenebe?
I can hear you good.
But we can't hear you back. Perhaps the connection in your place is not quite strong. You either change the network you're using for your data service, or you slightly adjust your position. And while you're doing that, let me come back to my colleagues. Adeba Abodiri, you have strong views about the real causes of voter inducement, as we saw in Ekiti. Like you said, and everybody have acknowledged, when it was clear that the APC was going to win. Why induce the voter? People ask.
Yeah, the voters were induced in Ekiti. One major problem that has emerged that we are not seriously addressing is voter apathy. And voter apathy is becoming more pronounced because there is trust deficit. People do not feel comfortable.
So the inducement was to work against voter apathy, force people out from their homes?
Yes, to galvanize. It was a means of galvanizing voters to come out. I can tell you there were stories of that is why, people, there was even debate in Ekiti. Somebody came to me to ask me what's the difference between inducement and what is the difference between voter vote buying. And I said, both vote buying and inducement are the same thing. For instance, those who are on the queue were being given carbonated drinks.
By who? Party agents?
By party agents. They were being given carbonated drinks. They were being given bread.
Some refreshment.
They were being given biscuits. You can justify it as because they are going to stay long, that you are doing that. But it's a form of inducement. And there was open, in fact, the last election, you have money as low as 2,000 naira, 3,000 naira. This time around, it has been increased. No voter.
Inflation is higher.
No voter left that place with anything less than 7,000. So the money ranged between 7 to 10,000. And it was openly being given. It was not hidden. It was not hidden. And so, you see, it was done deliberately as a means of galvanizing people. And don't forget the fact, one terrible slogan started from Ekiti about 8-9 years ago. Very terrible. Bako Sebe. That is, collect and go and cook soup in your house. Bako Sebe. It started with as little as 1,000, 2,000. Now it has graduated to 7,000.
Let's
10,
hope this 10,000 will guarantee a pot of soup.
Maybe that's why they increase it. Bako Sebe. It started from Ekiti. So these are things that I think we really necessarily need to address. And unfortunately, in our electoral process, something that Kwame Nkrumah wrote a book upon in those days, conscientization. How are we mobilizing? How are we raising awareness, the awareness of voters, that it is their legitimate duty to vote for government of their choice? It's not being done. The political parties in Nigeria since 1999 are not involved in conscientizing or mobilizing or raising awareness of the voters. They are not spending a dime on it.
They've left it for INEC.
They've left it for INEC and civil society and the media. But if you take the 1993 election as example, the contest between Tufa and Abiola, if you see the amount of money, despite that the fact that time that we only have NTA, you see the adverts, well-produced adverts by the two parties mobilizing voters.
Okay, now let's quickly,
when
we come back from this sound and video, Shola will come in. It's not just in Ekiti that APC had a feud there. Across the length and breadth of the country in about 5 states where by-elections were conducted, it was swept by the APC, except we told you earlier, the senatorial election in Rivers State, Rivers Southeast Senatorial District, that the PDP won, but people said it was the hand of Esau and the voice of Jacob. It was APC interest that enabled that. Let's take a listen to the outcome indicating APC's firm grip of politics in Nigeria, at least in the meantime.
Ikeje Israel, male of APC, 162360. 162360. Aneke Kinsley Chukwebuka, male of BP, 416. Arising therefore, Asokwa Ikeji Israel of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Rabi Ushaibu of APC scored 35,356 votes. 35,356 votes. Lawal Garba Haruna of APM scored 268 votes. 268 votes. Abubakar Yahya Muhammad of LP scored 98 votes. Abubakar Yahya Muhammad of LP scored 98 votes. That Rabiu Shuaibu of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Halilu Danladi and Zulu Aza, male of APC, scored 45,362 votes. 2. Mapu Labaran, male of Labour Party, scored 12,931 votes. 3. John Paul Aranes Shiri, male of NNPP, scored 102 votes. 4. Emmanuel David Ombuga, male of the PDP, scored 11,570 votes, while NDC scored 1,496 votes. That Halilu Danladi Mbulu Aza of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
That this is an unprecedented electoral outcome in the history of Abia states, and indeed Nigeria, for a party to have won in all the wards in a particular state. I'm not sure it has happened in the history of electoral contest in this country. All the wards. The people have spoken loudly and unequivocally, and we have heard you clearly. You have spoken not in muffled voices, but in a thunderous way. We have heard your voice. We have accepted the challenge which this unity mandate has thrown upon us. Your electoral preferment of us is truly humbling, and we do not take it for granted. On our own, we are cognizant of the significance of these electoral statements. More importantly, the significance of the outcome. It is not just a watershed, it is a remarkable shift in the political culture of the Ekiti people. Unlike the previous electoral cycles, which were marked with disturbing violence and apprehensions, the election has come and gone without a single violent incident.
Asogwa Ikeje Israel, male of APC, 162360. 162360. Aneke Kingsley Chukwebuka, male of BP, 416. Arising therefore, Asogwa Ikeji Israel of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Rabi Ushaibu of APC scored 35,356 votes. 35,356 votes. Lawal Garba Haruna of APM scored 268 votes. 268 votes. Abubakar Yahya Muhammad of LP scored 98 votes. Abubakar Yahya Muhammad of LP scored 98 votes. That Rabiu Shuaibu of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Halilu Danladi and Zulu Aza, male of APC, scored 45,362 votes. 2. Mapu Labaran, male of Labour Party, scored 12,931 votes. 3. John Paul Aranes Shiri, male of NNPP, scored 102 votes. 4. Emmanuel David Ombukak, male of the PDP, scored 11,570 votes, while NDC scored 1,496 votes. That Halilu Gangladi Mbulu Aza of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Raypower Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
Thank you so much for staying with us. We took time on our breaks because we were making frantic efforts to link up with Jared Tenebi, APC chairman in Edo State, who was involved with the Ekiti State governorship election as an election observer. The networks are not friendly, but we are hopeful we'll get him to, of course, let him offer his own side of the story. But before then, let's get back to my colleague. You saw the declaration of results, by-election results across about 5 states of the Federation. APC is sweeping them. Already the conversation out there is that, yes, APC will take this dominance into the 2027 general election. Shalaja Isime.
Well, the thing about it is that there's this motto. I learned it when I was very young, in the 80s. They said, Ajib. So some people think is it the oil energy, Italian oil firm, which is called Eni now. It is any government in power. So you see a scenario where not a few persons are in government, and some in the electorate say, we will bear with them, let them do what they need to do and go out when their term earns. So look at Nasarawa senatorial election for the Akwanga area. It's called the North Central or Northeast or something. We also saw the one in Zamfara. No, rather, in Kebbi, a state house of assembly election. The other election that we also held in which other state again? They're about Enugu, APC as well. So this is a state that was
Kano State Constituency, House of Assembly.
Another one there. APC. So it's good for us to continue to look at what all these states are churning out. Is it a dress rehearsal? Because I was reading something just online. Someone said, look, that we should just forget it, that APC, that they on ground, gidigba. I said, well, that it all depends. If a particular person who is either a lawmaker or a governor does not meet the expectations of the people, their voter card should be used to speak. But issue of inducement, Adebayo Bodun has extensively taken time to comment about that. And his views are quite aligned with his views, that impoverishing the people to a large extent will determine what will happen. If people are hungry, if they collect money to sebe, that's to cook a pot of soup, well, it's either they've sold their rights for that period, or they are just saying, look, you have also gone to take from public till. You know, as it is always often said about those in political office, which may not be totally true, and you have collected, they have collected, you also collect your own, but the maxim and the encouragement is, please, vote your conscience. Vote who you think can represent you appropriately in whatever. Because once you do not vote appropriately, as in based on your convictions about whatever candidate or party, then for the next 4 years or whatever the term of office, you will bear the brunt. So that's my perspective to all of this.
Adebayo Bodun, the conversation out there is that, Charlotte made reference to it, that presidential election is a different ball game. In fact, some people went as far as pointing out by off-season elections that held before last presidential election, but when the main election came, it presented a different scenario. But these are all arguments out there.
Well, you know, you just mentioned the last election, and you see, I mean, we saw a situation where, as governors, where the then outgoing governors aspiring to become senators couldn't make it. They couldn't make it. And that shows clearly that sometimes these legislative elections, sometimes is determining on the basis of the acceptability of the candidates seeking for those positions, and not necessarily political parties. Not necessarily political parties. And I think it's something that I think we will probably watch out for. The dominance of APC currently is not in doubt. It's not in doubt. But whether that dominance will be carried into the 2027 election and we are going to witness it is something else that we still think we have to do a little bit of study on.
The first thing the parties need to do is to put their house in order. There are court cases. There's some people went to court seeking the deregistration of NDC. A high court has already ordered the deregistration of 5 parties, including the ADC, and appeal court has ordered the stay. There are multiple problems and litigation within the opposition political parties.
There are, but my worry, yes, the governorship election has come and we have a winner. But my worry is the dwindling number of votes being recorded by governorship candidates, particularly pronounced winners, even at the level of the presidential election. The figures are coming down, and it should be a source of worry for us as a nation.
Did the figure for Ekiti come down comparing with the last governorship election? This one is close to 400,000.
Yes,
it's 300,000 plus.
379.
What is the population of the state?
Just about a million registered voters.
No, 1.9 registered voters. I mean, 1.59 registered voters.
Of which almost 30,000 did not collect their PVCs.
So the critical issue we should worry about, then you look at the trend from 1999 to date, the figures being recorded by governorship candidates are coming down considerably.
I think it's
and I think it's something for those who are interested in electoral processes more seriously study. If there are issues to be addressed, that's for me, and those issues must be addressed. The number of people showing interest, enthusiasm to come out and vote is reducing. And I think it's something we should be serious about as a nation and look into.
Let's quickly, as to make last-minute effort to get in Jared Tenebe to weigh in on the issues raised, take you to our mails now in our segment called Citizens' Perspective, where we allow you to send in your views and comments on topical national issues, and we'll share it with everybody. And we'll start with Comrade Monday Ame, who's writing in from Abuja here, and he says, I wish to use this medium to congratulate Governor Oyebanje Abiodun of the All Progressives Congress, APC, for winning the Ekiti State Saturday governorship election with 319,000 votes. His landslide victory, which makes him the first governor in the history of Ekiti State to win a consecutive re-election, is a testament to his giant strides in the general governance of the state. Hence, he should not betray the confidence reposed in him by the good people of Ekiti State. He should be magnanimous in victory, while his co-contestants should be gracious in defeat, as I appeal to them to join hands with the governor for the overall interests of the state. Finally, as INEC prepare for the next off-cycle election in Osun State, I urge the chairman to consolidate on this momentum. Congratulations to the good people of the state for coming out to vote peacefully for the candidates of their choice. The next one is from Ugochukwu Godwin from Lagos, and he says about 10.5 trillion naira was shared as federal FAC allocations, that's Federation Accounts Allocation Committee, to the federal, state, and local government areas between January to May 2026. With this whooping amount, which is not inclusive of internally generated revenue IGR, there is hunger, anguish, and insecurity all over the country. What are they doing with the money? FAC keeps increasing by the day, but the citizens are suffering. We can't continue like this. The essence of government is to ensure the welfare and security of their citizens, while the citizens and the media should hold them accountable. We are failing to do that. There should be an accountability act where all agencies of government and the authorities of government render a detailed account of every kobo spent at the end of each month in each local government area, state, and federal ministries. Suffer, don't tire us.
Okay, we have this one from our nephew Kintia, who has written in from Songwater in Ogun State. The high cost of living now, especially under this Tinubu administration, is quite expensive and really worrisome. The government needs to review most of its economic policies now. Work on food security by ending ravaging insecurity across the country. Stop incessant loan borrowings now. Build new modern refinery, amongst others. As we speak, most people and families cannot feed in a day. This is a disaster, and we cannot continue this way. NLC and TUC must stand up for the people, hold government accountable, and stop drinking and dining with the enemies of the people, the selfish politicians. We need a country where no man is oppressed. Enough is enough. Amechi Obochi is written in from Kubwa in Abuja. News has it that hundreds of Nigerians who registered for the federal government's voluntary repatriation program are stranded in South Africa without food, shelter, or money. This is a worrisome situation. Why is everything in Nigeria very different? Ghana and many other countries have since taken back their citizens who willingly indicated interest in leaving South Africa due to the continuous xenophobic attacks in that country. Anyway, the federal government must understand that no Nigerian citizen, no matter his or her tribe, who has chosen to return home through an official repatriation program should be left stranded without basic needs like water, shelter, support, and food. The authorities and relevant agencies need to act quickly to protect their dignity and ensure the process is handled properly. This is the time to act fast so that they should be brought back home and reintegrated into the system. Okay, with regards to this bill, the federal government, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the presidency, say they've brought back the first set, 258 of them, and their plans are on to ensure all others who are in the Nigerian Commission in Pretoria
will be coming
brought
up
back.
much later.
Yeah.
Our apologies profusely to APC chairman in Edo State, Jared Tenebe. Our systems couldn't take his own intervention on this program, but we'll promise him tomorrow, that's Tuesday, you have all the time in the world to make responses and offer all explanations as to why he got involved with the Ekiti State governorship election. We'll make strong arrangements to make that possible. We'll give him that full right of response on Tuesday on this program. On behalf of my colleagues, my name is Amechi Anapwe. Have a good time.
I want to share a story around the Recycle Space educational project. This project started far back, I think 2018 December, and it came out of the desire to provide solution to children that are out of school in terms of trying to find an alternative for us to ensure that they stay in school to learn.
As the saying goes, education is the best legacy. It is the desire of every parent to give quality and acceptable education to their words. However, the inequality of life and the systemic poverty level in our society have made it difficult for some to pay their words' school fees.
The Recycle Space educational project came out of the desire to provide solution, out of the desire to meet a need.
The reason schools have encouraged and engaged the underprivileged in collection of plastic waste in exchange for fees.
We will collect it from school, and the fund that is equivalent to that recyclables, we will pay it to the school. And for example, if my school fees is 5,000 per term, and I'm able to bring recyclables that is worth like maybe that 1,000 per term for the first maybe donation of turnover, we will take those bottles and we deduct the 1,000 from the 5,000 that is meant for the school fees of that particular child. So it comes down to 4. So they keep doing that over and over and over until eventually they knock off the entire school fees for that term.
Karu caught up with Mrs. Emen Adiola, a principal of one of the schools that keyed into this waste collection vision and its translation to school fees.
We know that recycling is all about
taking dirt out of our environment. So to help our school not to litter the bottles around, that's why we decided to keep the bottles in a place to recycle. Then our own base of value is the monetary aspect. So we are doing it as a school, just to help get some things for the school with the money that we are making from the recycling. So we are not just doing it for getting our money instantly, but our money is, they call it monetary value. So we keep it. I think for now we are up to above 5,000. So I'm sure it will still keep counting. Not touching the money for now. We are looking at getting, most especially, laptops for our students.
How do the parents feel about the mode of payment of their ward's school fees?
You don't help my family, most especially one of my sons graduate from here and I did secondary school.
Wow.
Then I still can't get small and we'll be saying, nah, they assist now.
Since I was born, in fact, I have never seen this kind of program in my life. Even in my own days, it's not like that. If it is like that, most of the people who do not participate in education, maybe with this or that, they can be able to participate. They can be able to go to school because of, some people don't go to school because of money.
It should be noted here, the waste collection has been a regular trade for some, as stated by Sefiu Saminu, a truck pusher from Katsina.
For it's almost 2 days to pack it because they are follow inside the area. Some then enter inside quarter. Some if people they read minerals, if they throw it, they are follow and pick it one by one. Some of them, they are a student because they don't have school fees. If they come Lagos and supply this one, they will gather the money and go back to pay some school fees. Because some of them, they don't have a father or seniors brother where they go assist them about the school. So especially like me, I am fucking it. I don't have a person who can assist me to pay my school fees. Some, if we get holiday, I am coming in Lagos and do this like this work, or to carry car, or I will follow a simple road to get to see money, but I can't tip person something, I can't do any bad, I will show my sweat to go back and pay my school fees.
The whole idea is to create wealth from waste, keep the environment clean, and also creating a means of livelihood.
The agricultural sector contributes approximately 25% of Nigeria's gross product, GDP, and employs over 70% of the country's workforce. Despite these significant contributions, access to credit and financial services remains a major challenge to farmers in rural communities.
I was trying to get the fertilizer, but there's sort of financial problems.
We are facing some serious challenges in the farming system. And without fertilizer, we cannot farm very well.
The price of fertilizer has raised up beyond imagination.
But these lamentations do not fall on deaf ears, as the Association of Northern Agricultural and Allied Commodities Practitioners, in collaboration with Central Bank of Nigeria, is launching a programmable money to farmers in Nigeria. That's according to the president of the association, Sadiq Dawari.
We have carefully studied those challenges and called for our partners, particularly the agro-input suppliers. We have also identified Central Bank, the ICT department as our critical partner. We want to leverage on information technology to make this project seamless.
Branch controller of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Rukaya Muhammad, says the bank intends to raise the status of farmers and agriculture.
We have a set of farmers. These are real human beings who are going to have wallets. They are going to use their money to go and buy inputs. These inputs are going to be bought from merchants, who are people who also drive the economy. They are going to have wallets as well. And these input providers, in turn, are going to go and buy these commodities from other people. And that's how we are going to grow our GDP, the gross domestic product in the country.
New Ansem, AIT News.
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for my share.
Keir Starmer resigns as United Kingdom Prime Minister amid party crisis. United States-Iran talks progresses after initial hiccups. And Qatar gas plant injures 54 persons, 18 missing. Thank you for joining us on the way. Is good as a stepping into Downing Street in a couple of weeks. Boham was first elected into Parliament in 2001. He was there for 17 years, then stepped down and winning election as Mayor of Greater Manchester in 2017. And after attempting to stave off calls for him to step down in the last few weeks, Keir Starmer has resigned as United Kingdom Prime Minister. He will also step down as leader of the Labour Party. He made the announcement in a statement outside 10 Downing Street. The 63-year-old had defended decisions made, insisting that he had simply been concerned with putting the country he loves first. And as a customary, Starmer has spoken to King Charles on his decision to vacate the seat he has just held for just under 2 years following the landslide win, the July 2004 general elections. Starmer, who will remain in office until the Labour Party serves new leader, added that he will do everything he can to ensure an orderly handover of power and will give his successor his full support. The mayor of Great Manchester and Boham considered the front-runner to replace Starmer will be in Westminster today to be sworn in the parliamentary for Makerfield after winning the by-election last week. So after just a few days shy of 2 years as the occupant of 10 Downing Street, the official residence of British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has resigned after weeks of pressure from his lay members of his own Labour Party. He has said he will hold until his party elects successor, the process of which will commence on the 9th of July. So what pushed him out from the top job after leading Labour to a landslide victory in general elections just 2 years ago? So what did he achieve as Prime Minister? Well, our diplomatic editor, Shola Jaisimi, has this report.
I'm really shocked that he has lasted 2 years as the United Kingdom's Prime Minister, having taken over as Labour Party leader in 2020 and galvanized his party to the biggest electoral landslide in modern British history, the general election of 2024, when the Conservatives were swept aside.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for that reception. What an amazing reception. We did it.
But internal divisions and dissensions have rocked the Labour Party in the last couple of months. Perhaps the biggest was the issue around long-time Labour insider Peter Mandelson, who had been appointed the UK's ambassador to the United States in late 2024, just months after Starmer took office. The scandal broke out in April, the time I was in the UK, that Mandelson, a close friend to the disgraced and diseased convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein, had actually failed security vetting for the role of ambassador. The UK Foreign Office, which Starmer accused of deliberately withholding information from him, had overruled the recommendation of the vetting agency and allowed Mandelson to take up the post. Starmer faced calls to resign over allegations and said this was not the case, but eventually sacked Mandelson from Washington. The immigration issue has also been a sticking point. Starmer restricted visa conditions and closed legal migration routes as outlined in his government's migration white paper. This, his opponents, both within his party and outside, said were not far-reaching. Then came the spate of knife attacks by migrants. Riots broke out in various parts of the country, with Sturmer condemning the acts of the attackers and the rioters alike. Other domestic issues he tried to get a grip on was the rising cost of living by the average UK citizen, with various policies unfolded to augment living standards. On foreign policy, Sturmer continued support for Ukraine in the war against Russia. Even a few days ago, he was in France for a G7 meeting. But his relationship with President Trump, the leader of the UK's biggest ally, the United Kingdom, has alternated between frosty and chummy, even after a visit to Washington by Sturmer. At the weekend, Trump posted on social media that Sturmer needed to go and that the UK needed a new leader. Now, the lawyer who entered Parliament 11 years ago has announced his departure, saying he did his best for the country, quote, he loves so much. Shola Jaisimi, AIT News.
With me in the studio to share his perspective on the resignation of Sir Keir Starmer as UK Prime Minister is a foreign affairs expert, Charles Onunaju. Thanks for joining us on the World News.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay, now, Mr. Onunaju, 7 prime ministers in 10 years.
Yeah.
At what point does the UK become ungovernable in the eyes of Nigeria and Africa?
Well, it's not quite not being ungovernable, like you say. Processes are established, rules for coming in, rules of engagement are clearly deficient. Of course, what is obvious is weak party system. A weak party system, and this is actually what we should take away from the West, as we engage the processes of also our own democratic experience and part. We should take into account that none is perfect. You have to build it. And even when it is properly established, it still could crack. Like you have just mentioned, 7 prime ministers in 10 years is quite a lot. Of course, it
looks at there's an instability.
There are a lot of policy issues. Tony Blair, a grandee of the party, recently talked about policy debate instead of leadership debate.
Okay.
Everybody thought that was going to put paid to the issue of Starmer because he's been boiling over time. He's not new. He's been boiling for some few months now that Starmer does not have a grip of the party. And eventually it has come to this. The simple fact remains the party system is weakening in the West. It's becoming less ideology. It is becoming less pragmatic. Sometimes driven by, like Starmer has paid more attention to Ukraine than the economy. The British basic thing that matters to them, energy, of course. Giving up Russian energy, which is cheap and affordable, comes with a price. This and also the economy, the working people, which are his primary constituents, for which he campaigned. He has really not done so well in that regard. Of course, the immigration issue is also a very serious question. But then the point remains that the party internal cohesion, the party discipline is becoming increasingly lax and unsustainable. And that is why we could see this turnover in the British prime ministers.
Okay, Starmer actually won a landslide less than 2 years ago. With this, with what just happened, what do African leaders take from this?
Well, simple. If he campaigned on an alternative, he campaigned, of course, the Tories were not doing well on the economy. Jobs problem, a lot of people were out in the street. Economy was not growing. And he campaigned to fix all this, especially the working people. Bills were piling. Bills were becoming unsustainable.
True.
For the first time in the UK, you see consultant medical doctors going on strike.
Yes.
We've seen incessant strike by leading medical personnel. And this is unheard of in the UK. And these are issues he had actually promised to fix. And that was why he had that landslide, that overwhelming. And now everything has come to this. Of course, the new party, the new kid on the block is the Reform Party of Farage, which is, of course, a long way now. The new kid in the block is Mr. Andy Bonham. I am wondering what miracle, what Andy Bonham will do differently. I think at the end of the day...
But he's tipped to replace Starmer.
Yes, he will replace Stama in the next few months. Stama has promised a seamless transition. Of course, these are areas we also should borrow.
Orderly.
People living when the ovation is, when the pressure, the party had said, look, you have to go.
Yes.
You know, and this is what happens. We should, you know, party should be supreme. Party views should be supreme. This is what we are witnessing. Of course, you can't see that happen in Africa. As far as somebody wins the election, the party becomes his property.
Yes.
He manipulates. In fact, he does with the party what he wants. He throws out those he does not want and put in those he thinks could get along with him. So we need to also, that this, despite that party system is weakening in the West, and Labour Party, of course, even membership has declined. In the UK, party membership has declined across the board, including the Labour Party. But we can see there is still some discipline. The party could, Mr. Sama had been putting up strong resistance.
Yes.
But it came to a point he could not. The party grandees, the party elder, the party leaders, you know, senior party officials have all. This can't possibly happen anywhere in Africa. So we need to understand that the party is not a personal property. It's a public, social, political institution that should have rules. And the rules should not at all the time be bent for any particular person or group of persons. I think these are some of the takeaways from
Okay, now
we
what
saw.
does this resignation mean for the relations between the US, the UK, and the EU as well?
Well, of course, Mr. Trump has literally celebrated the fall of Mr. Sama. He said he was terribly bad on immigration, on energy, you know, and...
Do you think that's just the issues?
Well, these are...
Because the last few months, they've not been good friends.
Let me tell you, of course, during the campaign for presidency in the United States, the Labour Party also sent militants to campaign for the Democratic Party candidate. And I think the Republicans have not forgotten. You know, they sent out militants to campaign and manage the campaign of Mrs. Harris against Trump. And for Trump, this is also, but he coached it as a fall of policy, that the policy is simply not workable. His policy on energy, his policy on immigration are the two things Mr. Trump, and of course for Europe, Starmer, despite the UK not being in the EU, Starmer has built considerable bridge. You know, the project of...
really worked, you know, with the EU.
Yeah, he worked very hard, and the project of Ukraine also is going to take a beat because Starmer has been in the forefront of forging the so-called coalition of the willing.
Okay, so now if Andy Barham comes on, do you think he's going to change the UK foreign policy on that?
Well, the point is the extent to which the UK can punch is very limited, given its resources, given its economy.
Finance.
You know, if it chooses to do what Starmer do, it can also be overstretched, neglecting domestic issues. And the point is, he could also end up in the same political graveyard. So if he prioritize UK, prioritize economy, prioritize domestic issues, of course, UK is a major global power. It can never be detached from the world. But I think it's a matter of prioritizing. But I think at the end of the day, UK, most people in the UK are saying, we want to go to election and choose who we want. And that's where Labour will actually test is, because this transition from Starmer to Bonham will not be the ultimate. It's still a party arrangement. The ultimate is asking the British people what they want. And in that case, he will be contending with the fast-rising Reform Party of Mr. Farage.
Thank you so much, Mr. Charles Onaju. We'll leave it at that. Thanks for joining us on World News.
Thank you for having me.
And the first round talks between the US and Iran have concluded with encouraging progress, according to mediators, Qatar and Pakistan. The negotiations held in Swaziland aim to reach a final deal within 60 days to end the wider conflict and reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
In a joint statement early Monday, Qatar and Pakistan said a high-level committee had agreed to a roadmap towards reaching a final deal within 60 days. The Memorandum of Understanding signed last week commits both sides to ending fighting on all fronts, including Lebanon and reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's Foreign Minister Syed Abbas said there had been major progress towards ending the conflict in Lebanon. He added that under the Memorandum of Understanding, oil and petrochemical exports are waived, the blockade is lifted, some foreign assets are released, and a major reconstruction and development plan for Iran has been launched. The mediator said a communication line has been formed to avoid incident and miscommunication with the aim of ensuring safe passage for commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. Both sides also agreed to create a de-confliction cell between the US, Iran, and Lebanon, facilitated by the mediating countries to end military operations in Lebanon. He also called this the first real test. Iran lead negotiators have left Switzerland, where talks began on Sunday. Technical discussions between the parties are set to continue. Iranian media reported that fighting between Hezbollah and Israeli forces in southern Lebanon has surged since the Memorandum of Understanding was signed, alongside Israeli airstrikes that Lebanon's health ministry says killed dozens, including women and children. A new Israel-Hezbollah ceasefire was declared on Friday. On Saturday, Iran announced it had shut the Strait of Hormuz, though tracking data shows vessels have continued to pass through. Fighting diminished Sunday, but Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the Israeli military would remain in southern Lebanon as long as necessary to protect northern Israel. Hezbollah leader Naim Kazim rejected any Israeli military presence and said Hezbollah would defend itself. As talks began in Lucerne, President Trump posted that Iran must immediately stop their highly paid proxies in Lebanon for causing trouble and threatened to hit Iran very hard again if they did not. Iran's lead negotiator, Mohammed Baja Galabaf, responded, "Don't they think that if their threat had any effect, they wouldn't be in this desperate situation today? No matter how much they talk, it is we who take action." Speaking before the talks, U.S. lead negotiator, Vice President J.D. Vance, said President Trump has asked negotiators to turn over a new leaf. He added that if Iran's leadership was willing to give up being a driver of regional instability and its nuclear weapons ambitions for the longer term, the U.S. is willing to fundamentally transform our relationship with that country.
Northern Harbour France regions are under a red heat alert as the country braces for sweltering temperatures due to an intensifying heat wave. Highs of more than 40 degrees are expected across parts of western France on Monday, with temperatures expected to hit 42 degrees Celsius, according to weather forecaster Meteo France.
Some 845 schools have been shut for the day, while a further 1,800 are allowing pupils to finish classes early, according to the Ministry of Education. But more than 1 million high school students are due to take their oral final exams amid the soaring heat. The French government has warned people not to try to cool off in unsupervised areas, such as lakes and rivers, after 13 drowning deaths at the weekend. Dozens of other regions in France are under an orange alert, with an estimated 63 million people in total affected across the country. The national railway operator SNCF urged vulnerable people to avoid or postpone train travel this week, while in Paris, several train lines reduced their services on Monday due to the heat. Belgium's train operator also announced some peak-hour trains would be cancelled for Monday and Tuesday. Temperatures in Belgium are expected to reach record levels in the coming week, the IRM Meteorological Institute said. The rising temperatures are being driven by hot air moving north from the Sahara Desert, which is in turn trapping hot air over Western and Central Europe, with forecasters suggesting the conditions could result in one of the longest heat waves in recent years. Meteo France said of the 51 heat waves recorded in France since 1947, 34 have taken place since 2000 and 26 since 2011. Spain State Weather Service warned of extremely high temperatures for the season until Wednesday, between 5 and 10 degrees above what is typical.
A huge blast at the Qatar gas hub that sent flames shooting into the night sky has injured 54 people. Authorities said Monday as they search for 18 others missing. A technical incident caused the explosion late on Sunday in the Gulf Emirates Ras Laffan Industrial Zone, the Interior Ministry said.
The blast took place at a unit supplying gas to local firms and reverberated across the capital, Doha. An eyewitness saw bright orange flames and a plume of smoke rising from the area, home to the world's largest liquefied natural gas hub. Qatar state-owned energy company said the blast occurred during the start-up of operations at Ras Laffan Industrial City, which resulted in an explosion and fire at Bazan local gas supply facility. Late Sunday, Qatar Energy said the fire had been brought under control after emergency response teams were deployed. Ras Laffan had already been badly damaged in the US-Iran war as Iranian strikes targeted Gulf energy infrastructure and forced Qatar to halt gas production. The Interior Ministry described Sunday's incident as an internal explosion, adding in a later statement that a technical malfunction was to blame. At the time of the explosion, journalists in the Qatari capital heard the blast at the facility on the country's northern coast, 64 kilometers to the north. A total of 54 people were injured in the incident. The ministry posted on X on Monday, adding that authorities were searching for 18 missing people. According to Qatar Energy, the Bazan facility could previously provide 1.4 billion standard cubic feet of sales gas per day to local power generation and water desalination plants, as well as local industries. In addition, Bazan has the production capacity to supply ethane, condensate, LPG, and sulfur for local markets and exports. ExxonMobil holds a 7% share of the Bazan plant, with the Qatari state firm holding the remaining 93%, according to the U.S. oil and gas giant's website. Qatar, which shares the massive South Pars gas field with Iran, is one of the world's leading liquefied natural gas producers, alongside the United States, Australia, and Russia. But the tiny Gulf state ceased LNG production on May 2 after Iranian drone strikes hit key facilities. Further damage from attacks on March 18 was expected to cut LNG export capacity by 17% and take 3 to 5 years to repair, Qatar's Energy Minister Saad Al-Kabi said at the time. Major importers including China, South Korea, Italy, and Belgium were among nations most likely to be affected, the Energy Minister said in March.
You're still watching the World News. It's now time to bring you Sports Track. Please stay.
Iran's national football team has left a message of peace and unity following their World Cup group match against Belgium at the Los Angeles Stadium. A handwritten note was placed in the dressing room after a goalless draw in their second Group G fixture, calling for peace, respect, and friendship among all nations. The statement released by the Football Federation of Iran praised the team's efforts and thanks supporters, while also referencing the country's long historical identity and resilience. It read in part that Iran came to Los Angeles with pride, competed with honor, and would live with dignity, adding appreciation for fans who gave their heart and voice throughout the tournament. Iran are competing at the World Cup amid ongoing political tensions, with the United States co-host of the tournament alongside Canada and Mexico. The team also faced strict visa restrictions, including same-day entry and exit rules for matches in the United States, prompting complaints to FIFA over fairness and logistics. Head coach Amir previously described Iran as the most oppressed team of the tournament, although officials say discussions are ongoing to review travel arrangements for their final group match against Egypt in Seattle. Staying with the World Cup, action continues today with our reigning champions Argentina taking on Austria as they look to secure qualification for the knockout stage. Captain Lionel Messi will aim to add to his goal tally after scoring all 3 goals in Argentina's 3-0 victory over Algeria in their opening match. The RBS Celestial will also be seeking to extend their unbeaten run at the FIFA World Cup to 8 matches. Elsewhere, 2018 champions France face Iran in a crucial Group I encounter, while Senegal will be looking to bounce back from their defeat to France when they take on Norway later today. In Group J, Algeria and Jordan go toe-to-toe as both sides continue their quest for a place in the knockout rounds. In some of the results, on Sunday, Egypt recorded their first ever FIFA World Cup victory, coming from behind to defeat New Zealand 3-1 in a crucial Group G encounter. With 4 points from 2 matches, the Pharaohs now head into the final group fixture against Iran as Group G leaders, knowing that another positive result could secure their place in the knockout stage. Meanwhile, Cape Verde continued their fairy tale at the tournament, securing a hard-fought 2-2 draw with Uruguay in Group H. The draw leaves Cape Verde third in Group H on 2 points. They will face Saudi Arabia in their final group match, with a place in the round of 32 still within reach. That's sports. Many thanks for watching. I am Lai Lawal.
Well, on that note, we call it the end of the world news for today. Thanks for staying with us. My name is Sadiet Dusumo.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
For an exciting time with the EFCC.
Security, more than just keeping lives and property safe. It's a major global challenge.
Arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded, you discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. When a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Kapashi each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our youth monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CGID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
The issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. To always continue to work with you.
CJID says its approach brings change and could be a model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akbashi first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
There is really no much protocol. We are just going to have fun, celebrate Africa, celebrate us, celebrate everybody, celebrate community. And not much speeches. So I'm just going, in Africa, when you go to a person's home, you have to wait for the host of the owner of that neighborhood to actually, the head of the neighborhood, to welcome everyone. So I'm going to call on our Mayor Bob, to welcome everybody. He's the mayor of the village of Emsford. The mayor, the best mayor in the country, I would say that. The mayor Bob. We just call him Mayor Bob. Yeah!
Thank you, Iffy. Welcome, everybody, to Elmsford. We're going to have a great time today. Iffy always throws a great party, right, Iffy? Thank you. We want to thank Iffy and everybody for the food pantry and everything she does in her office and for the community. Every week she's calling me with another idea of something she's going to do to help everybody, so we want to thank her. How about a round of applause for Iffy and everybody on her staff? Thank you again. The weather held out. A little cool, but it's okay. Africa Day today, when she called me, she said, I'm going to have Africa Day right after the food pantry. I said, okay, that's going to be fine. Probably a long day for you, though, right? It's going to be fun. My two colleagues are with me. We're going to introduce them in a second, and it's always great to see our legislator and assemblywoman. They're wonderful people. They do a great job for us, and I'm lucky that they're our representatives because every time I need something, they're always there for me. Thank you very much. Welcome. Everybody have a great day. As she said, no speeches today. Today's the day for the community, and Africa Day, everybody enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much. Mayor, don't leave. We have something symbolic. I am going to call, Elmsford and this district and this area is made up of different people. A lot of people are working, just like the mayor said, to make this neighborhood, this community, what it is. And I'm going to call on Assemblywoman Mary Jane Shimsky. She has been a strong supporter of ECHO's Africa Initiative. I have to say that, when you are doing something, and the very first person in Westchester to help us get a grant is Assemblywoman Mary Jane Shimsky. We are so honored that you were able to make it. Thank you for being here, and please, a word.
Thank you so much, Iffy, and welcome to everyone. This is not the kind of weather we generally associate with Africa, but the richness of the culture, just listening to the music the last 40 minutes or so has been absolutely uplifting. And it's wonderful for everyone in this diverse country to learn about all of the great things that all of us have to offer. So have a happy Africa Day. Enjoy everything that Iffy has set up. And I will try to pass the microphone over to Jewel Williams-Johnson, your county legislator.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here, great to be celebrating culture and the diaspora and all the African countries on Africa Day. It is my pleasure to be here, and I want to thank ECHO's Africa Initiatives for everything they do. Only Effie would plan an event after humbly helping and serving in the food pantry, and we know how important both things are, to help people in need and to celebrate culture, especially in these times. So thank you for always digging in and helping and being a resource and assistance to everyone. It's my honor to be here, and let's have a great Africa Day.
Thank you. And just before they step aside, before we really go into the program for today, which is really not formal, we are just going to do a symbolic raising of the African Union flag. For people who do not know, every May 25th, since 1963, is designated as Africa Day. That's why you see that Africa Day is celebrated the week of and even the month of May all over the world. And I walked into Legislator Williams Johnson's office the other day, and I asked her, I said, why is it that you hear you're celebrating other ethnic groups, but when it comes to Africa Day, everywhere is quiet, But she has moved a step further to actually, I'm sure she's going to say something about that today, and she's planning something for next year for Africa Day. So this will be the very first time the African Union flag will be raised in Westchester. And Elmsford is the host. So I'm going to have them help me do a symbolic raising of the Africa Union flag.
Can you put your hands together for them as they do that, please? Just keep clapping our hands. Keep jamming your hands together. This is beautiful. So before we allow you to step aside, I want to teach you, please, so you go home with an African language. So we're going to be teaching them some pidgin English. All right? So in Africa, when I say how you doing, this is how we say it. How you doing, ma? You want to try that? How you doing?
How you do?
How you doing?
How you, oh, how you day?
Please, can you say that again?
How you day?
Now she has the accent. We said another applause for her. So, I'm going to ask you, in Africa, when we want to ask if you've eaten, we say, "Shey you don't chop." Shey you don't chop. You want to try that?
Shey you don't chop.
Please, Sister Fee, are you sure these are not Africans? No, because I was thinking it's gonna be like a difficult thing for them to say, and the way they're just saying it, you know. Sir. Now, when we see someone, I want to say what's happening, we say, how far now? How far now? Okay, let's go.
How far now?
Wow! Please, a round of applause for him, please. This is beautiful. So now when you see your African brothers and sisters, you can like, how far now? How body? Meaning, how are you? Now, when you see, you ask, maybe they're hungry, say, you don't chop, sure you don't chop. Don't forget that. And today you ask them, how you day? Please a round of applause for them as they have their seat. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, people, the women, they are called the Anyoma women of Delta State. Anyoma is a very culturally centric ethnic group in Delta State, one of the biggest oil producing states in Nigeria. And so they have requested that they want to take pictures with you people. Please come over. The Anyoma, as you can see, my husband is dressed in the mele. He's from that region. Victor. So join them.
Yeah, please, I need someone from Jamaica, someone from Puerto Rico. Spanish, please, can you come? I just need one person. Okay, thank you, please. Just come here. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, what about somebody? Okay, I need somebody from Nigeria. One person.
Paul, you gonna go?
Nigeria. Okay, we have someone from Nigeria. What about from Ghana? Ghana. Okay, somebody from Cameroon. What about Sierra Leone? I need one person, please. And where's my sister that she's from Chad? Where is she? Okay, please, a round of applause for her. She's from Chad. Please, can you come? Can you come this way? Oh yeah, Jamaica. Oh, beautiful. Okay, do we have Sierra Leone? Please, if you're in Sierra Leone and you're here, can you suspend what you're doing? I just need one person. One person from Sierra Leone. Huh? They're all alone. Okay, they say Sierra Leoneans are all alone. What about Cameroonians?
With a mission inspired by a vision of a world of equity where all voices are heard and all people are seen, histories and cultures shared and appreciated, even when not understood. We tell stories of the underrepresented, the misrepresented, the underserved, of victories, defeats, mourning, and celebrations. Inspiring stories, enlightening stories that teach and galvanize. We take you on a journey across continents, telling stories of all people. We wrote about them, filmed, uploaded, and brought them to your homes at your fingertips. Our vision is in sight, one story at a time. We tell stories that make impact, stories that galvanize, echoes from the valley, storytelling for social change. Showing on Proxnet Television USA Saturdays at 7:30 p.m. Showing also on African Independent Television AITs at 6:30 p.m. Echoes from the Valley, storytelling for social impact.
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. No, it's not dance. It's not dance. It's not dance. It's not dance. So we're gonna speak in our own language, in our country. Yeah. So I'm gonna start by asking you, how are you doing? So you're gonna say that to me, back to me in Jamaica. You're gonna say that back to me in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Spanish, and in Chad. Are you ready? So how you doing?
Wagwan.
Wagwan. What about you? 80 cent. What about you? How you doing? Pidgin English, don't worry.
I did fine.
Gonna say it back to me. How you doing?
How you did?
How you day? Okay. What about you?
¿Cómo estás?
¿Cómo estás? What about you, ma?
Inchiafe.
Inchiafe. Didn't you see that God is awesome? Okay, we're gonna come back. Have you eaten today?
They eat yet.
They eat yet? Now, wow, God is beautiful. What about you? Where the dinner? I hope I don't bite my tongue today. What about you?
You don't chop.
You don't chop. What about you?
Comiste away.
Comiste away. You see, there's a way of learning different languages, What about you, Mama?
I don't know, Chad. No, Central African Republic.
Motekobe. I'm just setting up. Wow, that's cool. That's cool. So one more, then I allow you guys to go. So I want you to say hi. Just say hi to the people. Just greet the people in the Jamaican way. Greet them. How you doing? Everyone. Your name is, you say your name and greet everyone.
Hey, my name is Julian. Hi. My name is Meg. How not day? Welcome.
Okay, thank you. What about you?
Hola, mi gente. Me llamo Gianna. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. What about you, Mama?
I'm gonna say that in Central African Republic. Ganjonio. Gonjoni.
Ganjonio, please a round of applause for them. A round of applause for them.
would want to say just a token of appreciation for people who have supported, a few of the people who have supported the things that we do. And we call them agents of change, who touch lives, who support at any point in time that we call on them, they support. Some of them, I dragged them out of the United States to Africa. And these are very busy people, they do their own thing. And this year, October, we are going to Nigeria. We have just signed an agreement with the Ministry of Health. We are doing a national mental health conference in Nigeria in October. And all of the people that I go, the things we do here, we do everywhere in the city, they are very supportive. So I'm going to hand over to Mayor to please call on our first agent of change for 2026.
Baby, calm down. Yeah, this your body, they put in my heart for lockdown. Tell me what.
Okay, the mayor doesn't want to mispronounce Nigerian or African names. So our first agent of change is someone who has selflessly and always selflessly supported the things that we do, free. And most times he puts his own money. I will ask, oh, can you donate? He donates. Can you support? He supports. And the very first person is, he didn't know, we just asked that he came here today and he left everything he's doing to be here. Dr. Thaddeus Iheanacho, our agent of change for 2020. Dr. Ted, our own Dr. Ted. Dr. Ted is a psychiatrist and is the director of Yale University Global Mental Health Program. He's traveling all over the world. At one point in time, you don't know where he is. And I asked him, I told him we're doing Africa Day. Can you come? He didn't even know this. And he left everything he's doing all the way from Yale, Connecticut. And he came here today to honor our invitation. Dr. Iheanacho.
This is such a surprise. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you so much. I was looking up the website of Africa Initiative, and I took some time again to see all of the things you're doing, all of the work you're doing, and it gladdens my heart. It's the community here, but also in New York, and going to Africa, and going to Nigeria. So this is really wonderful, and I'm completely surprised. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. More grease to your elbow. We'll continue to support, and whatever you do, however you want us to support you, we'll keep doing that. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to Gender Agenda. My name is Aicheda Majekodomi.
Are we ready? Yes. What do we want now? Special seats for women. What do we want now? Special seats for women.
Now, this is about women's rights advocates and civil society groups staging a protest at the National Assembly in Abuja, calling for greater political participation for women and immediate passage of the Special Seats Bill.
We want action. We want action. We want action. We want action.
It was a vibrant but peaceful gathering at the gate of National Assembly in Abuja. Women dressed in coordinated outfits, holding placards and banners, marched in solidarity, united by one message: greater inclusion for women in Nigeria's political landscape. The rally, tagged the Special Seats Solidarity Rally, brought together members of women political participation and several allied civil society organizations. Their mission: to press lawmakers to pass the Special Seats Bill.
We are here to say a big thank you to the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. We are here to say thank you for the senators who are in support. We had a promise from the Senate President that the 10th Assembly will never throw away women's bill. This was a promise that was made on the 6th of March 2025. We are here to thank them for the vote they have not yet voted. We are here to thank them that they need to do it timely. INEC timetable is out. We want women to increase their participation. Yes. We want women to represent themselves. Yes. Men cannot represent women. No. Women cannot represent men. No. The voiceless, we want to unmute the voices of women at all the levels.
As more African nations seek to encourage gender parity in government positions, some African countries are struggling to fully integrate women into the political sphere.
It is time that we move from exclusion to inclusion. Yes. And we are saying, include us, now. Include us, now. Include us. Now.
A recent report by the Policy and Legacy Advocacy Center reveals that Nigeria ranks lowest among sub-Saharan African countries in terms of women's representation in parliament. Out of the 185 countries analyzed in the report, Rwanda ranked highest in Africa, with women making up to 61.3% of its parliament, while Nigeria ranked 180th with 4.4% female representation. The data shows that Nigeria's 360-member House of Representatives currently has 16 women, and the 109-member Senate has just 4 women. 14 out of Nigeria's 36 states have no female state legislators. Even in states with female legislators, their number remains disproportionately low. The situation is similarly bleak for elective executive positions. Since the return to democracy rule in 1999, no woman has been elected president, vice president, or governor in Nigeria. This low level of representation fails to reflect the population of women in Nigeria. In fact, statistics from the World Bank have shown that women and girls constitute half of the population at the most populous country in Africa.
We are here to say a big thank you to the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the move that he has made so far. Nigerian women have never had the opportunity of getting a bill on women this far. And so we are here to say it's a solidarity rally, and we are here to say thank you. We thank the 10th Assembly for what they have been able to do so far. And we are calling on those who are still on the other side, who have not made up their minds to vote yes for the Special Seats Bill, to vote now. We are urging them to vote quickly before they even go on holiday, because INEC has come out with the 2027 timetable, And what we are saying is women need to get ready. We need to mobilize them to also prepare, because there is a guideline. Even when they have voted, they still have to go to, because it's a constitutional amendment, it needs to go back to the states as well. We need to go get at least 24 states to vote on it before it can be, implemented. And so we want more women to participate in politics, because what we have now is a shame on Nigeria. The kind of capacity that we have for Nigerian women is a big shame that we have very little representation of women. Women are dying in the maternity death road. You have 14 houses of assembly that has doesn't even have a single woman. So who is deciding on issues of women? Women, in terms of maternal death, we have where Nigeria is the last 5 in the world, as if we're at war, as if any woman who is pregnant today is on a maternity death road. So we want a yes vote. We are here. We are not protesting today or yet, but we are here to let them know that we are watching them, that we are thankful for all those, and we will be organizing, because March is a month for women. We'll be organizing, a solidarity and awards for those who openly have supported women in everything. Because how can you even be afraid of a woman? Because a lot of people say, how can a woman be my leader? The woman led you, had you in the tummy for 9 solid months, showed you the way to the world, gave you life, and now you come and say a woman cannot rule over you. If you are sorry for yourself on that, then better be very, very sorry, because a woman has ruled you already. She is the mother of the world. We know we have fathers. Without fathers, we can't have mothers. But we are asking that fathers and mothers, our children, for us who are older generation, we want our children to sit on the table to decide the quality of life that we live in Nigeria. We are asking everybody to decide. People should stop all the kind of looting they are looting and provide jobs for our children. When children don't have jobs, it's women that are heavier. Because you go and ask your father, he will turn the other way, it's your mother. Your mother will have to squeeze and make sure that they are able to give you food to eat. And so we say more women for quality. Her seat on the table is very, very important. For you to have a table, can you stand on one leg? Can one hand clap hands? And so we are asking, that we do whatever we can. We do whatever we can.
I want to make it clear that this is a solidarity rally. We are not protesting. We are more or less saying thank you to the Speaker, to the Deputy Speaker, to the members of the House of Representatives, as well as to the Senate President, the Deputy Senate President, and all the senators. We are grateful so far for what they have done for us. We are grateful because we are here at this time, because, we passed through the committee level and we are waiting for voting. We are here to remind them that while they are dealing with the Electoral Act, the special seat bill is as important as the Electoral Act, because we are talking about electoral integrity, and there can't be electoral integrity without inclusion. So this is an opportunity to correct every wrong that we have in the Constitution, and the special seat bill is a way to get more women into governance. We are hoping that when it comes to voting, as they are convening tomorrow to look at the Electoral Act, we are saying it's not too much to also look at the special seats bill. We want a situation that we will not come to occupy National Assembly, but we want to, appreciate them. They have shown a lot of commitment, I must be honest. And so we are hoping that the commitment will lead to positive vote for the special seat bill. So Nigerian women are here. We are representatives of Nigerian women. If you look very well, you will see there is no logo of any organization. So we are representatives of Nigerian women. And all we are saying is that every woman in this country is behind the special seat bill. And we are saying, please do this for us. And then for the 10th Assembly, to be able to look back and say that we did something solid for Nigerian women. They will not be forgotten.
First of all, we thank them. We thank them for having the political will to get us this far. But I think political will cannot be complete without political results. And that the political results we're asking for is the passage of the special seats for women's bill. Because at the end of the day, we are looking at an election cycle come 2027 where we will see women to be able to go to the polls and to be voted for. And so A word of caution is the timeliness. We are asking them to please look at the timelines, look at the urgency of the bill and the ability to pass this bill in enough time for women to participate, even at the primaries at the political party level. Because if we miss this chance, it means that women are going to tick forward the calendar and go into 2031, and that will be the next election cycle. And if we lose this chance of passing this bill, remember we've been here 2022, we protested, but this time we are doing a solidarity walk. So what we are saying to the National Assembly is that we hear you and we appreciate you, but let your political will become political action. And that political action is to vote and pass the special seats bill for women. Your wives would thank you. Your children would thank you. And the Nigerian girl that is yet unborn, posterity will never forget you.
I am standing here as a Nigerian woman, joining women across different states here today to work in solidarity, to come here to thank the 10th Assembly, especially my boss, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, GCON. Is someone that has put in so much effort for us to gather this momentum that we are enjoying as Nigerian women today. We've done everything we need to do. We did not leave any stone unturned. We've done most. In fact, if the bill passes today, lawmakers will know that, yes, we tried our best, we did everything. And if it does not pass, we know that we fought for the generation to come. And I would say that to any lawmaker that has not changed their mind yet on the bill, I want you to listen to me. You're not doing it for just us, you're doing it for your wives, your mothers, you're doing it for the future of your unborn kids. The posterity will look back at you. They would say, yes, the 10th House of Assembly left a legacy, and that's what we want for you. We want the best for you. Nigerian women make almost half of Nigeria's population. We are the ones that give you the vote. We are tired of dancing and singing at campaigns. We want to be part of decision making. If you reserve a seat for us today, you would see a table can't stand strong without two legs. So we need women. You can't say there is fairness. You can't say there is equity when women don't have a voice.
No nation! No nation! No nation! Reserve the seats for women so that the table becomes stronger. Reserve the seats for women so that the table becomes stronger. What do you want? Let the special seats bill. What do you want? Let the special seats bill.
Addressing the protesters, the spokesperson of the House of Representatives, Akin Rotimi, assured the group that lawmakers are listening to their concerns. He stated that the National Assembly would look into the demands raised, adding that voting on special seat bill would be conducted electronically this time around. A move, advocates say, could improve transparency in the decision-making process.
The low level of representation of women in the National Assembly is something that is important to both men and women. As you know, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, is a supporter of this bill, is an advocate for this bill. As you know, Right Honorable Benjamin Okeze Karu, the Deputy Speaker, is a sponsor of this bill. And we have so many men and women in the Assembly that believe that having 14 women out of 360 women in the House of Representatives is a gross injustice. Having 4 women out of 109 in the Senate is a gross injustice. Having over 20-something plus of state houses of assembly that don't have a single woman in the state house of assembly is a gross injustice. So I want you to know that we have heard you, we have listened to you, and this has been reflected in the constitutional amendment bills that are currently before the National Assembly. As it is, we have about 40 bills that are before the National Assembly in which we are going to be voting on very soon in the next few weeks. I can assure you that your advocacy is being listened to. I want to encourage you. There is street level protest, but it is also important that you reach out to your member and your senator to impress it upon them that this is what it is that you want. These constitutional amendment bills would be voted on electronically. The constitutional amendment bills will be voted on in December. We tested the technology to make sure that it was well functional, because we want to make sure that everybody bears his or her father's name. You will know how every member and how every senator has voted. in support of this bill. This is a bill that I believe Mr. President would pass and assent to if it gets to him. As we know, Our Excellency, the First Lady, a former senator, has also been advocating for this bill. So I'm here basically to let you know that we hear you, and we're going to take that feedback to the members and to the leadership of the National Assembly that this is what Nigerians want. So don't give up on the advocacy, but it's not yet done. Immediately we are done with the Electoral Act issues. We are going to vote on about 40 constitutional amendment bills, of which the reserved seats for women is also one of them. So
the women's group say their demand is simple: inclusion. They insist passing the special seats bill before the 2027 general elections is critical to correcting years of political imbalance and ensuring women are adequately represented in Nigeria's governance. As the rally continues, attention now turns to the lawmakers and how they respond to the growing calls for action.
And when the voting is going to happen, we want everybody who is voting to be identified. We want whoever, so that we can trace them down to their constituency for what they are doing and what they have done. Those who said no woman, no woman, no nation. No woman, no nation.
Let me also sound a kind of warning. We are going to follow up the voting to the end. We will want to know the people that voted for us. We will also want to know the people that voted against us. Today, Nigerian women are working together. Our network is across every local government, every polling unit, and then there will be payback time.
I want you to understand the urgency of passing this bill. It is really urgent that this bill passes as soon as possible so that Nigerian women too will go on the poll in 2027. We beg you, we love you, we know that you will do this one for us. Thank you so much.
They demand the passage of the special seat bill before the 2027 general elections. They argue that delaying the bill further would mean another missed opportunity for inclusive democracy, warning that elections conducted without gender balance weaken democratic progress and representations. The organizers say they hope the demonstration will place renewed pressure on lawmakers to act quickly on the bill. They are expecting more addresses from women leaders and advocacy group, and they will continue to monitor development and bring updates as the event unfold.
And the table take it back. Don't be so. Don't be so. Women know ye. Oh yeah. It's a win. Women know ye. Oh yeah. Women know ye. Oh yeah. Women know ye. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Women know ye. Oh yeah. Women know ye.
Despite the policies and numerous other efforts that have been made, Nigeria has maintained the lowest rate of women's parliamentary representation in Africa, with a steady decline in number since 2011. The reasons behind this underrepresentation of women can be attributed to unfavorable political systems and socio-cultural practices.
Why wouldn't they listen to us? They are not from the mass. They are also people from this earth that we are saying together. We are
Communities. Your Excellency, the scope of work for this project includes earthworks and excavation works, including thrust boring, supply and installation of about 190 kilometers of high-density polyethylene pipes of various diameters ranging between 63 millimeters for distribution lines and 630 millimeters for the main lines. Also, accompanying these lines is installation of various sizes of fittings, particularly valves, more than 113 of them, washout valves, air release valves, and gate valves. There are other associated works and other appurtenances along these lines. Your Excellency, the project is successfully completed and ready to be commissioned. In the course of these works, many Nigerians were employed directly and many more indirectly. The completion of this project marks a significant advancement in the provision of potable water to the satellite towns of Karu, Kurudu, Jikoe, and Orozo communities, and thus improve the health and socio-economic well-being of the citizens. We thank President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the Honorable Minister of FCT, Barrister Enzongo Nyesom Wike, CON, for the privilege to be part of this project. We thank you all for coming, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Engineer Dauda. We appreciate it. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one truism that we all live with is that water is life. Water has always been at the heart of civilization. Where water flows, communities grow. Where water is available, opportunities expand. Where reliable water systems exist, people are empowered to live healthier and more productive lives. In fact, water is more than a resource. And that is why the company that handled the project is used to working with water. They handled the Hadijia irrigation project in Jigawa State, and they brought a whole lot of experience, over 40 years of working in Nigeria, to bear on this project. I'd like to welcome the Deputy Managing Director of CGC Nigeria Limited, Mr. Lu Hai Ming, to tell us about the project.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, the Urban Minister of FCT, the Urban Minister of State of FCT, distinguished senators, urban members of House Representatives, traditional rulers and community leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to be here for the commissioning of this Karu water distribution network project. This commissioning is about people, it's about family, it's about the improvement of the lives. Access to the clean, safe, and reliable water is one of the most fundamental needs of every community. Water supports home, protect our health, and create opportunities for the young generations. This is why today's project is very important. Ladies and gentlemen, through the renewed hope agent of Mr. President and under the leadership of the Urban Minister, FCT had witnessed huge transformation. We have seen huge improvement in public infrastructure. We have seen stronger public services. So most importantly, we are seeing development reaching to the normal people. This development is no longer limited to the city center. It's extending to the satellite town, to the communities where millions of people live and work every day. Only recently, Minister has delivered the critical road in Tunga Madeki area. So today, Mr. bringing reliable water to our Karu area. Mr. has said every resident or FCT deserves access or quality infrastructure and good public service. Karu Water Project is his demonstration of this commitment. Karu is not just another satellite town. Karu is one of the largest and fastest growing urban communities within Abuja. Karu is a major gateway connecting FCT and Nasarawa State. It's home to thousands of hardworking Nigerians who contribute every day to Abuja development. So I still remember when this project began last year, many of our local staff came to me. They say, "Thanks, Master." I asked them why. They said that most of them, they lived in this area. They know this project will improve the daily lives. I say, not me. It's Minister, Mr. Wiki. He brings this project to you. So I think today is the time. It's time for us, for the minister, to deserve the thanks and applause. So, Mr. Aduda, when we perform this project, you remind me again and again. You said that you have to deliver the good project to my community. I always told you, I say, Senator, no wahala. For us, CDC Nigeria Limited, quality is our standard to every project, whenever and wherever. This is our commitment. This is our reputation. Finally, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to Mr. President for his vision and leadership, to the Vice President for his taking time to attend this ceremony, and for his continued interest and support of this important project. To the Urban Minister, to the FC engineers, to everyone's efforts to make this project possible. So wish Karu a better tomorrow. Thanks, everyone.
His company, CGC Nigeria Limited, has been in Nigeria for 40 years. No wonder he has so integrated that he's speaking pidgin now. I heard him say, no wahala. Thank you very much. Thank you for your good work. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, medical doctors and water are 5 and 6. Because to them, water is the foundation upon which health, dignity, and development are built. It supports families. Water strengthens schools. Water improves healthcare delivery, and it enables businesses to operate. As far as doctors are concerned, water is essential in every aspect of healthcare delivery. No wonder since she came here, the Honorable Minister of State has been beaming with smiles. There's a major tool in her hand to carry out her work. Let me welcome here the Minister of State for FCT, Dr. Mariam Mahmood.
Your Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, Senator Kashi Shettima, all members of the National Assembly that are here, His Excellency, Honorable Minister of FCT, Barrister Ezemu Yosuduke. Please permit me to sign on the well-established protocol. It is with immense gratitude and deep sense of appreciation that I rise to express our gratitude and happiness for everyone that has come to celebrate with us another achievement of the administration of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We thank Almighty Allah for giving us another opportunity to witness this memorable occasion. That's the commissioning of the water supply network to Karu here in Kurudu community. As the master of ceremony mentioned, today is beyond commissioning of public utility, but also celebrating delivery of hope, happiness, progress, and improved public health. And above all, improving the quality of life of the people of Karu and the surrounding environment through supply of good, potable, and safe water. As he has mentioned, water is life. By the mention by the Blue H. Orden, he said, thousands live without love, cannot live without love, but one cannot live without water. Thousands can live without love, but no one can live without water. So water is treasure, and we need to serve it with pleasure. Permit me, on behalf of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, to express our gratitude to His Excellency, Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and His Excellency, the Vice President, for always honoring us with his presence. We thank you, Your Excellency, sir. He's just coming back from a national assignment from Nasarawa State, and he's now here with us. And also for the Renewed Hope agenda, they continue to deliver critical infrastructure that has a direct impact on our Nigerian people. We say thank you, Your Excellency, sir. Our gratitude also go to His Excellency Barrister Ezemo Wike for his leadership, for his determination, and also ensuring every community in FCT within the capital and the satellite house, it's not left behind in the transformation of FCT. We say thank you, Your Excellency, sir. We also appreciate the National Assembly for their continuous support and guidance always. For the management and staff of FCT, FCDA, STDD, and everyone, engineering department and contractors, we say thank you for your dedication, hard work, and expertise that has made this project a reality. For our esteemed guests, our well-wishers, associated press, traditional rulers, our chairman, women group, our teaming youth that are always motivating us and supporting us, we say thank you for coming. May Almighty God bless the good people of Karu community, also the Federal Capital Territory and the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you for coming on.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, anytime I think about the next speaker, I activate the grace in my tongue. Because history does not remember leaders by the positions they occupy. History remembers them by the footprints they leave behind. It remembers them by the courage to make decisions when challenges appear impossible. It remembers the vision to see possibilities where others see limitations. And it remembers the commitment to serve not only for today, but for generations yet unborn. For men like him, leadership is not simply ability to hold office. It is the responsibility to carry the hopes of the people with determination and courage. He defined this man, courageous, determined, very, very strong-willed to achieve his purpose. I am very happy to welcome to the microphone the FCT Minister. Please welcome here, Vice Chief SA1 Uyesam Wike.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, ably represented by the Vice President, Senator Kashif Shekima, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, distinguished senators and members of the National Assembly that are here, the Honorable Minister of the FCT State, Dr. Maria Mahmoud, our dear leaders and traditional rulers that are here, management staff of the FCT administration, our dear market women that are here, our dear youth. Mr. President, let me seek your kind permission and recognize Mr. Speaker and members of the leadership of River State Assembly that are here to support this great administration. Management staff of CGC Nigeria Limited, gentlemen of press, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, let me once again support the Honorable Minister of State for welcoming you to Karu in Amak, Abuja, to today attend the 9th day of commissioning of projects. And also thank you, in spite of the fact that you are coming from a national assignment from Nasarawa State, you made it directly here. Without commitment, without support, you may have given one reason or the other not to be here. So don't take it for granted. We want to say thank you for your support to the FCT administration. Before I move forward, let me use this opportunity, Mr. President, to congratulate your party for winning Saturday by-election, and also congratulating my party for maintaining the opposition. In every political setting, there must be winners and there must be opposition. Today we are seeing the ruling party and the opposition party. Opposition party is not by talking, it's by challenging the ruling party. And we are the only party that is challenging the ruling party. So we are the leading opposition party. Your Excellency, Mr. President, sometimes in September 2024, when Mr. President traveled to Beijing, we are privileged to accompany Mr. President for that journey. And in that journey, we were able to sign Memorandum of Understanding with CGC and FCT for CGC to be able to provide water supply in the satellite town. Your Excellency, you recall that last year, when you were having the second year anniversary and commissioning the Abuja Greater Water Supply, you did say that we should move from the city to the satellite town. And in the budget of 2025, under the national budget, included water supply to the satellite towns in Amak, Karu, and its neighboring communities, and also in Buari area council. So you provided water for satellite towns in 2 area councils, Amak and Buari. Mr. President, because you directed the full and early release of water provided in the national budget, today, less than 1 year, you have come back to commission the provision of water in Karu and its neighboring communities. But for your support, it wouldn't have been possible. Just before 1 year, this contract was awarded, like the ES or the FCD has awarded August last year. We're in June commissioning this project, which is less than 1 year. The President wants to sincerely thank you for what you've done. In July 14th, we'll also commission the one of Buari in Buari area council. You have said it's not only providing infrastructure in the city, it's not only providing roads in the city and satellite town, but that which is very fundamental, which is water, must also be given to the people. Here we are in Karu. I'm sure the community will be happy, the communities will be smiling, and indeed, to the glory of God, the New Hope agenda is working and people can see it Mr. President, we sincerely thank you. Mr. President, I do know that it is not only this water supply in Karu that you'll be commissioning this year, 3rd anniversary. I'm sure either on the 26th or 29th of this month, you will also come back to Karu and commission virtually all the roads within Karu, which you have made the people of Karu to be happy. And the CGC Deputy Managing Director has said Karu is one of the fastest growing communities to be urban. In fact, I don't know why we should continue to refer them to the satellite town. Again, Senator Philip Tanima Dudwa, you are here today. I'm sure. Hold on. I'm sure you are happy. You are in the House of Representatives under a president. You are a senator under a president. None of this thing happened in Karu. But now you are supporting a president who understands, who means well for the rural community. Today, you are getting water in Karu. Today, you are getting roads in Karu. I hope, like our people say, one good turn deserves another. If you do for me, I do for you. If you fall for me, I fall for you. Now that the new hope has come and I've done for you and I've fallen for you, I hope Karu community at the appropriate time will also fall for us. You hope you understand that. I also hear that you are likely to go back to Senate very fast. You know who will win the presidential election. You are going to attach yourself to that mandate. Congratulations in advance.
Yes, no, we got to be something. We the volatility, we the volatility. Yes, no, we got to be something.
Mr. President, I know how occupied you have been, and today will not allow you to stay too long so that I can go back and do other things. We are very happy receiving you. So I would therefore welcome you to talk to the people of Karu and commission the water project. Thank you and God bless you.
Kindly take your seats, please. The senator representing Imo West constituency of Imo State and Chairman Senate Committee on Capital Markets, Senator Osita Izunaso. The senator representing Cross River North Senatorial District and Chairman Senate Committee on Gas, Senator Jarikbe Agom Jarikbe. Other members of the National Assembly, both serving and non-serving, especially Senator Philip Tanimo Aduda, Senator Magnus Abe, Senator Mao Habunwa, Senator Usman Jibrin Owo, Senator George Thompson Sekibo, and Honorable Al Makura. The Honorable Minister, Federal Capital Territory, His Excellency, our host, Barisa Ezenwo Nyesom Wike CON, the Honorable Minister of State, FCT Dr. Maria Mahmoud Bunkure, the Chairman, CEO Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa, the Deputy National Chairman, PDP South, Honorable Aaron Chukwuemeka, the Speaker and members of the River State House of Assembly, former Minister of FCT and former Nigerian Ambassador to South Korea, Ambassador Desmond Akao, I want to weaponize the Acting Secretary of FCDA to recognize and appreciate members of the Federal Capital Territory Administration and Federal Capital Territory Development Authority, Area Council Chairman, the Sakari of Karu, His Royal Highness Joseph Dampula Ninarei, the Deputy Managing Director of CGC, Mr. Lu Haimin, top government officials and presidential aides, members of the fourth estate of the Rim, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a deep sense of fulfillment and gratitude to Almighty God that I stand before you today to commission the water supply network to Karu and its environs. We are here not just to cut a ribbon, but to breathe life into a fundamental human right that has eluded this bustling community for far too long. Today, we declare that the era of neglect for our satellite towns is officially over. When we launched the Renewed Hope Agenda, we made a sacred covenant with the Nigerian people. We promised that governance will no longer be a theoretical exercise confined to the boardrooms of the city centers, while our people in the periphery trusted for basic amenities. We promise a government that listens, a government that plans, and crucially, a government that delivers. Just a year ago, when we commissioned the Greater Abuja Water Supply Project, I stood before the nation and gave a strict directive. I said the metropolitan loops must not end in the elite districts. They must stretch. They must expand into our satellite towns where the heartbeat of Abuja's working class population truly resides. When the Honorable Minister of the FCT, Barrister Nyesom Wike, brought the proposal for the Karu water supply project, we did not hesitate. We knew that water is life, and denying our people clean water is denying them health, dignity, and economic progress. To show our unwavering commitment, we did not allow the traditional shackles of bureaucratic delay to obstruct its funding. Because we paid on time, the contractor CGC Nigeria Limited worked on time. And today, we are commissioning over 194 kilometers of secondary and tertiary pipeline networks, bringing treated, safe, and potable water directly to the doorsteps of Karu, Orozo, Gikoi, Kurudu, and surrounding communities. Let me take a moment to commend the MISA projects of our administration, the Honorable Minister of the FCT, Barrister Nyesom Wike. Leadership is not measured by the eloquence of television commentary or the bitterness of anti-rhetoric. Leadership is measured by tangible, verifiable impact on the lives of ordinary citizens. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what we are witnessing in the FCT today, across transport, healthcare, education, housing, roads, and now massive water infrastructure, is a testament to what happens when vision meets executive capacity. Thank you, Mr. Project, for your leadership. For decades, the residents of Karu grew into a thriving teeming population, yet were left to depend on unsafe boreholes and water vendors. Previous administrations came and went, leaving promises in their wake. But our administration does not trade in promises, we trade in results. To my dear people of Karu, of course, their most prominent son is seated here, Senator Tenimo Phillips Aduda. This infrastructure belongs to you. It was built with your common will and designed for your well-being. I therefore urge you to safeguard these installations against vandalism and illegal connections. Do not look the other way if unscrupulous elements try to compromise but has taken years of effort and resources to deliver. Treat this water as the precious resource that it is. As we mark the third anniversary of this administration and celebrate the historic 50th anniversary of the creation of the FCT, let this project serve as a blueprint for what is to come. We are replicating these interventions in Buari and other area councils. Our commitment to urban renewal and rural integration is absolute. My dear residents of the FCT, and indeed all Nigerians, I give you this assurance. This administration will continue to reform, will continue to build, and will continue to ensure that the wealth of the nation, of this great nation, trickles down to the people who need it most. And on this note, and on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, it is now my singular honor and privilege to officially commission the water supply network to Karu satellite town and environs to the glory of God and for the benefit of the good people of the Federal Capital Territory. I wish to once again apologize for coming late. I was on an official assignment on behalf of the President in Nasarawa State. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Let me invite our special guests to join the most loyal Vice President in the official commissioning. Okay. Okay.
Water is life. Water is the essence of humanity. In my singular honor and privilege, to, on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, to commission this water supply network to Karu and its neighboring communities of Orozo, Ikoyi, Kurudu, and other communities, in the glory of God and for service to humanity. The construction and expansion of water supply in FCT satellite towns, to Karu, officially commissioned by His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, on Monday, 22nd June 2026.
We'll have a group photograph and then the national anthem. The first cup from the Karu Water project is being taken by the President. We'll have the group photograph now. The national anthem, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
Today there is really no much protocol. We are just going to have fun, celebrate Africa, celebrate us, celebrate everybody, celebrate community. And not much speeches. So I'm just going, in Africa, when you go to a person's home, you have to wait for the host of the owner of that neighborhood to actually, the head of the neighborhood, to welcome everyone. So I'm going to call on our Mayor Bob, to welcome everybody. He's the mayor of the village of Elmsford. The mayor, the best mayor in the country, I would say that. The mayor, Bob. We just... Yeah.
Thank you, Iffy. Welcome, everybody, to Elmsford. We're going to have a great time today. Iffy always throws a great party, right, Iffy? Thank you. We want to thank Iffy and everybody for the food pantry and everything she does in her office and for the community. Every week, she's calling me with another idea of something she's going to do to help everybody. So we want to thank her. How about a round of applause for Iffy and everybody on her staff? Thank you again. The weather held out. Little cool, but it's okay. Africa Day today, when she called me, she said, I'm going to have Africa Day right after the food pantry. And I said, okay, that's going to be fine. Probably a long day for you, though, right? It's going to be fun. My two colleagues are with me. We're going to introduce them in a second. And it's always great to see our legislator and assemblywoman. They're wonderful people. They do a great job for us. And I'm lucky that they're our representatives, because every time I need something, they're always there for me. Thank you very much. Welcome. Everybody have a great day. As she said, no speeches today. Today's the day for the community. And Africa Day, everybody enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much. Mayor, don't leave. We have something symbolic. I am going to call, Ensford and this district and this area is made up of different people. A lot of people are working, just like the mayor said, to make this neighborhood, this community, what it is. And I'm going to call on Assemblywoman Mary Jane Shimsky. She has been a strong supporter of ECHO's Africa Initiative. I have to say that, when you are doing something and the very first person in Westchester to help us get a grant is Assemblywoman Mary Jane Shimsky. We are so honored that you were able to make it. Thank you for being here, and please, a word.
Thank you so much, Effie, and welcome to everyone. This is not the kind of weather we generally associate with Africa, but the richness of the culture, just listening to the music the last 40 minutes or so, it's been absolutely uplifting. And it's wonderful for everyone in this diverse country to learn about all of the great things that all of us have to offer. So have a happy Africa Day. Enjoy everything that Effie has set up. And I will try to pass the microphone over to Jewel Williams Johnson, your county legislator.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here, great to be celebrating culture and the diaspora and all the African countries on Africa Day. It is my pleasure to be here, and I want to thank ECHO's Africa Initiatives for everything they do. Only Effie would plan an event after humbly helping and serving in the food pantry. And we know how important both things are, to help people in need and to celebrate culture, especially in these times. So thank you for always digging in and helping and being a resource and assistance to everyone. It's my honor to be here, and let's have a great Africa Day.
Thank you. And just before they step aside, before we really go into the program for today, which is really not formal, we are just going to do a symbolic raising of the African Union flag. For people who do not know, every May 25th, since 1963, is designated as Africa Day. That's why you see that Africa Day is celebrated the week of and even the month of May, all over the world. And I walked into Legislator William Johnson's office the other day, and I asked her, why is it that you hear you're celebrating other ethnic groups, but when it comes to Africa Day, everybody everywhere is quiet, But she has moved a step further to actually, I'm sure she's going to say something about that today, and she's planning something for next year for Africa Day. So this will be the very first time the African Union flag will be raised in Westchester, and Ensford is the host. Help me do a symbolic raising of the Africa Union flag.
Can you put your hands together for them as they do that, please? Just keep clapping our hands. Keep jamming your hands together. Africa to the world! This is beautiful. So before we allow you to step aside, I want to teach you at least so you go home with an African language. So we're going to be teaching them some pidgin English. All right? So in Africa, when I say how you doing, this is how we say it. How you doing, ma? You want to try that? How you doing?
How you did?
How you did?
How you, oh, how you did?
Can you say that again?
How you did?
Now she has to ask her. Please round of applause for her. So, Miss, I'm going to ask you. In Africa, when we want to ask if you've eaten, we say, "Shey you don't chop." Shey you don't chop. You want to try that?
Share you don't chop.
Please, 60 feet. Are you sure these are not Africans? No, because I was thinking it's gonna be like a difficult thing for them to say, and the way they're just saying it, sir. Now, when we see someone, I want to say what's happening. We say, "How far now? How far now?
How far now?"
A round of applause for him, please. This is beautiful. So now, when you see your African brothers and sisters, you can like, "How far now? How body?" Meaning, "How are you?" Now, when you see, you ask, maybe they're hungry, say, "You don't chop." Share you don't chop. Don't forget that. And today you ask them, "How you dey?" Please a round of applause for them as they have their seat. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, people, the women, they are called the Anyoma women of Delta State. Anyoma is a very culturally centric ethnic group in Delta State, one of the biggest oil producing states in Nigeria. And so they have requested that they want to take pictures with you people. Please come over. The Anyoma, as you can see, my husband is dressed in the mele. He's from that region. Picture. So join them.
Yeah, please, I need someone from Jamaica, someone from Puerto Rico. Spanish, please, can you come? I just need one person. Okay, thank you, please. Just come here. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, what about somebody? Okay, I need somebody from Nigeria. One person.
Before you gonna go?
Nigeria. Okay, we have someone from Nigeria. What about from Ghana? Ghana. Okay, somebody from Cameroon. What about Sierra Leone? I need one person, please. Hey, where's my sister that she's from Chad? Where's she? Okay, please, a round of applause for her. She's from Chad. Please, can you come this way? Oh, yeah, Jamaica. Oh, beautiful. Okay, do we have Sierra Leone? Please, if there is Sierra Leone and you're here, can you suspend what you're doing? I just need one person. One person from Sierra Leone. They are all alone. Okay, they say Sierra Leoneans are all alone. What about Cameroonians?
With a mission inspired by a vision of a world of equity where all voices are heard and all people are seen, histories and cultures shared and appreciated even when not understood. We tell stories of the underrepresented, the misrepresented, the underserved, of victories, defeats, mourning, and celebrations. Inspiring stories, enlightening stories that teach and galvanize. We take you on a journey across continents, telling stories of all people. You wrote about them, filmed, uploaded, and brought them to your homes at your fingertips. Our vision is in sight, one story at a time. We tell stories that make impact, stories that galvanize, echoes from the valley, Storytelling for social change. Showing on Broxline Television USA Saturdays at 7:30 p.m. Showing also on African Independent Television AITs at 6:30 p.m. Echoes from the Valley. Storytelling for social impact.
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. No, it's not dance. It's not dance. It's not dance. It's not dance. So we're gonna do speak in our own language, in our country. Yeah. So I'm gonna start by asking you, how are you doing? So you're gonna say that to me, back to me in Jamaica. You're gonna say that back to me in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Spanish, and in Chad. Are you ready? So how you doing? Wagwan. Wagwan. What about you? Etty said. What about you? How you doing? Pidgin English, don't worry.
I did fine.
Gonna say it back to me. How you doing?
How you did?
How you doing? Okay. What about you?
Como estás?
Como estás? What about you, ma?
In Chiafe.
In Chiafe. Didn't you see that God is awesome? Okay, we're gonna come back. Have you eaten today?
They eat yet.
They eat yet? Now, wow, God is beautiful. What about you? Where did dinner? I hope I don't bite my tongue today. What about you?
You don't chop.
You don't chop. What about you?
Comestewe.
Comestewe. You see, this is the way of learning different languages, What about you, Mama?
I don't know Chad. Central African Republic. Motekobe.
I'm just saying that. Wow, that's cool. That's cool. So one more, then I'd like you guys to go. So I want you to say hi. Just say hi to the people. Just greet the people in the Jamaican way. Greet them. How you doing? You say your name and say greet everyone.
Hey, my name is Julian. My name is Meg. How are you? Welcome.
Okay, thank you. What about you?
Hola, mi gente. Me llamo Gianna. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. What about you, Mama?
I'm going to say that in Central African Republic. Ganjonyo. Gonjoni.
Ganjonyo, please, a round of applause for them. A round of applause for them.